and yes, equable. Dead time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi, and yes, equable. Dead time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rebuttal and the Sectoral, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rebuttal and the Sectoral, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rebuttal and the Extractive, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rebuttal and the Extractive, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one can rise, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no.
I declare this 39th sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted, and in session, the clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together, do most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thy aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land may enter in that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Honorable members, please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, we begin today's sitting of the National Assembly, the third day of Budget Debate 2022. The last 2 days were very encouraging. We have been taking down dreams and Nancy stories and the culinary delights of Guyana, including cocoa price, palauri, plantains, nuts, and cassava. Let us continue in this vein. I just want to remind members that some amount of heckling is necessary, but the shouting across the room tends to be very distracting and behavior that is not associated with august assemblies like this. Let us continue in this vein and continue to complete the work of the people of our country. Mr. Clerk.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers and reports, etc. Reports from committees. Oral questions without notice. Questions on notice. Statement by ministers including policy statements. Personal explanations. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills. Public business. Government's business.
Honorable members, we will now resume the debate on the budget speech for 2022. The first speaker today is the Honorable Member, Mr. Viceroy Jordan. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in relation to the budget presented by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance on January 26, 2020 under the theme, Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, my careful examination of this budget proves that the Honorable Minister was right when he chose the theme. Mr. Speaker, yes, he was correct because to my understanding, he said to all Guyanese that all the PPPC government remains steadfast against challenges by ordinary man and the opposition to convince them that a poor, pro-poor, people-centered budget is what is needed and not a rich man's friends, family, and associates of the PPPC budget. Mr. Speaker, further I say that the Honorable Minister was again correct when he said, resolute in building our one Guyana. Because clearly, sir, the PPPC's one Guyana is evidently defined as special preference to one ethnic group, one class and caliber of people, one set of affiliates and associates, and yes, one way of governance through corruption, inequalities, and injustices. Mr. Speaker, this budget will indeed build one class and one group of people, while, sir, the ordinary citizens and hard-working public servants are left out in the cold, fighting for survival in an already challenging and difficult society. Sir, I deem this budget a long, empty talk, one which has been a funded waste by taxpayers' dollars to hold Parliament and the budget sitting to have the Honourable Minister come before this August House and Guyanese to indicate such harsh measures in the form of a national budget. Mr. Speaker, in an already challenged and adverse Guyanese society, one would have expected that a budgetary plan coming to this House, it would bring great relief for all citizens, workers and their families amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. But sir, this budget failed to do just that. Instead, Mr. Speaker, it has caused Guyanese now to be in a much depressed and worrisome state, now knowing that they have to put up very soon with 3 major pandemics instead of 2 in one country. Firstly, the COVID-19 pandemic, secondly, the PPPC government, and thirdly, the soon-to-be-passed 2022 budgetary allocations. To this end, sir, permit me to tell you about the wanton woes and failures of the PPPC's government 2022 budget. Public health in Region 5, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budgetary allocation will fail the people of Region 5, Mahaica-Borbis region, significantly with some $219 million allocated to this region for healthcare in an oil-producing economy, a mere $24 million more than last year's allocation. Sir, all that this allocation will do for the people of Region 5 is purchase 1 ambulance. Yes, sir, 1 ambulance. 1 bus. It will also cater for a storage barn and oxygen supplies for 2 health centers and the Maikoni Hospital, along with the construction of a living quarters. Mr. Speaker, this is a demonstration of the gross incompetence by this administration and the lack of vision for the region. Not forgetting, Mr. Speaker, it is the true uncaring nature of the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the people of Region 5 needs. We need new ambulances, 1 to be added to the existing ones at both Fort Wellington and Maikoni hospitals. In addition, 3 new ambulances which should be placed at health centers across the region at our far-flung and densely populated areas such as Rosignol, Bushlot, and Haidam, respectively, in cases of emergencies. Mr. Speaker, we need a new state-of-the-art modern regional hospital to house all the necessary departments and sectors of public health care services, such as a functioning surgical theater, physiotherapy and radiology center, maternity and pediatric wards, and dialysis centers. Sir, we need a fully equipped and functioning laboratory at both our hospitals. Sir, we need hospitals that are properly staffed and catering for all levels of those staff and ensuring that they would have at least the basic PPEs and medical operating equipment. Mr. Speaker, our Amerindian brothers and sisters of Maracaibo needs a river ambulance to get them from 96 miles up the Maikoni River in cases of emergencies. Mr. Speaker, river ambulance. Mr. Speaker, we need sufficient supply of drugs so that we can move from often being referred to a private pharmacy for purchases, especially when our senior citizens got only a mere $3,000 on their old age pension, and with cost of living significantly skyrocketing on a daily basis, and public servants only receiving a slim 7% in salary for almost 3 years. Mr. Speaker, how can we survive? Sir, just how can the ordinary Guyanese survive under these difficult conditions? Mr. Speaker, when the regional administration and the PPPC government can get all that right with a well-paid and happy public sector staff corps, then they can come back to this house and call it Budget 2022. But for now, sir, this budget is a long, empty talk. Mr. Speaker, permit me to touch on education in the Mahaica-Borbis region. Again, in this oil-producing economy, and education being one of our main pillars of development in society, sir, this sector received a meager $20 million or 14.7% increase from last year's $136 million, taking it to $156 million. Sir, the PPPC government continues to deny a good life for all Guyanese, our teachers and children in the Mahaica-Borbis region. Sir, I would continue to stress the cry for the people for an urgent need of a new and separate building to house the number 8 nursery school, which is presently being housed at the lower flat in an already crowded number 8 primary school building. Not an extension of a building, Mr. Speaker. Sir, permit me to say to the Honorable Minister of Education that we are still in a COVID-19 pandemic, and all our schools should now be developing new safe spaces and be adequately outfitted with quality furniture, not like the inferior table and chair combinations that were sole source and purchased by the regional administration last year for our precious teachers to sit on. And the Honorable Jafar Ali can testify to that. Mr. Speaker, from this budgetary allocation, all we can see is rehabilitative and maintenance upgrade works being done to existing structures. Nothing new, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, where is the Ministry of Education plan to advance more new schools and smart classrooms in Region 5? Sir, where is the study and plan to have a Cyril Potter College of Education for our hundreds of teachers who have to travel to Region 6 East Berbice Quarantine and Georgetown Region 4 to access training? Mr. Speaker, in essence, what am I advising here today is what a Mahaica-Borbis regional budget should look like, especially in an already $607 million rich economy. Mr. Speaker, this 2022 budget is like the flood relief and the COVID-19 cash grant, highly politicized, ethnicized, unfair, corrupt, and benefits only the friends and elites of the PPPC to get rich, and for some, more rich. Mr. Speaker, permit me to touch on public infrastructure. Sir, deplorable roads and broken drainage systems should be a thing of the past for all in a well-claimed oil-rich economy like Guyana. However, sir, the PPPC remains resolute in building their one Guyana. As of such, only one set of communities can have new upgraded roads like the Honorable Jafar Ali, his road, canals and bridges. Mr. Speaker, let me list from the long empty talk a number of communities that will benefit from roads and streets in the regional allocation. Sir, for example, completion of road at District Number 10, the Hoop Mahaica. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Jafar Ali can tell you who lives there and who will benefit. The regional chairman. The regional chairman. upgrade and rehabilitation of works to roads at Waterloo, Bushlot, Bath Settlement, and number 10 West Coast Babi, sir. Mr. Speaker, let us face the facts. These are extracts from Volume 3, Reference Code 346, Program 753, Public Works, under the executing agency, Regional Democratic Council, Region 5. With no other villages being mentioned, sir, it begs the question, what happened, the Honorable Jaffer Ali, to villages like Belladrum, Hopetown, Lovely Lass, Calcutta, Trafalgar, and number 5, just to name a few. So what you said the other day in this House, Honorable Member, and you spoke about love and care, is far from the truth. Sir, this confirms that the Honorable Minister was right. The PPPC is on a mission of building their one Guyana. When they set out to spend an entire budgetary allocation, over $131 million, sir, in predominantly only PPPC supported base and Indo-Guyanese community. Mr. Speaker, how dare the PPPC want to say to Guyanese that this budget is for all and benefits all? Mr. Speaker, apart from the heavily ethnicized and politicized nature of this allocation of the nation's resources, the PPPC administration is seeking to starve all communities that does not support them from positive growth and development, like Region 4 and Region 10, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me help the Honorable Minister with a fair work plan for Region 5 Public Works. The number 29 primary school needs urgent repairs. But sir, I guess the Honorable Jaffer Ali knows whose children goes there. The Barma Branch Road is in a deplorable state, sir. Several streets in Ithaca and Trafalgar Line are impassable and needs to be repaired, Mr. Speaker. People live there too. The number 8 primary school street is like the Lethem Trail. Cross streets in under Neiman and Hopetown are far beyond repairs, Honorable Jaffer Ali. You can fix them and then come back and talk about love and one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I dare the Honorable Minister to add those to his work plan and then return to this House and call it a national budget. Mr. Speaker, permit me to touch on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the sugar industry has been pronounced dead by the PPPC administration when they failed to resurrect and reopen the number of estates as they promised to do once they return to office. Mr. Speaker, this is not only a failed promise, but an unrealistic venture, especially, sir, when they keep plunging billions of dollars every year to prop up the image and survivability of Gaisuku at the expense of thousands of poor Guyanese and hard-working public servants who continues to suffer. Sir, let me let the Guyanese people know about the performance of this unprofitable, poorly managed.
Honorable Member, let me know you need an extension to tell us about that.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the Honourable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Member, you can tell us about that in the next 5 minutes as you conclude.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in 2022, the APNU-AFC coalition left a 5-year 2020 to 2025 business plan for Gaisuku. Sir, that plan had estimated to continue on the path of production of 147,000 metric tons of sugar annually. However, Mr. Speaker, with the PPPC managing the sugar industry, we saw production significantly reducing from 92,246 metric tons in 2019 to just over 80,000 metric tons in 2020. A revised 97,420 metric tons in 2021 to 70 metric tons to an unsatisfactory 57,995 metric tons. Then to a further reduction, Mr. Speaker, of the planned production target of 66,000 metric tons for 2022. Mr. Speaker, all this represents a 34.7% decline in the performance of the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, this government spent almost $30 billion on Gaisuko from 2020 to now and still failed to reopen one estate. Yes, Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, one estate. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister in his budget presentation said on page 29, paragraph 4.39, to this end, I quote, these products will increase from 34% in 2020 to 64% of total production in 2022. How laughable, sir. Mr. Speaker, if we can't produce the sugar, how will we be able to produce the new bagged and packaged sugar products at an increased 64% in 2022? Mr. Speaker, I dare say to the Honorable Minister with responsibility for finance that he is living in Disneyland and planning a fairy tale for Gaisuko in Wonderland. Mr. Speaker, the sufferings continue for rice farmers. Sir, I visited a number of farmlands and had a first-hand look at the farmers, at what the farmers are going through to make a daily living. Mr. Speaker, rice production declined by 16.1% over the last year, while the price for fertilizer tripled on the market, sir. Mr. Speaker, the plight across the rice industry ranges from deplorable farm to market access road, clogged irrigational canals, and the unfair, irresponsible manner of which flood relief cash grants was distributed, with only the rich and the associates of the PPPC receiving those relief. Sir, in Bushrat village, a large-scale cattle and rice farmer who is a well-known supporter of the APNU AFC was denied fair compensation for his losses. Let me tell you, sir, this farmer has, with evidence to show, hundreds of acres of rice land that he cultivates and over 150 head of cattle, sir, but he was given a check in his name of only $100,000, while persons who have never planted not even grass, Mr. Speaker, receive checks worth of $2 to $5 million in that community. Mr. Speaker, then those on the other side doesn't want us to come here and talk about corruption. Well, sir, if it's not corruption, then what is it? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this long, empty talk of a budget will put significant pressure on the lives of ordinary Guyanese. Sir, it will take only the hand of God to perform a divine act to rescue this nation out of the hands of the modern-day pharaohs of Egypt called the PPPC government. Nonetheless, sir, I can assure Guyanese that God is watching and he will act very soon, like the words of Moses to the Israelites in the book of Exodus 14:13. Do not be afraid, Mr. Speaker. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall see them no more forever. According to the New King James Version, the PPPC shall be no more. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is crude, cruel, and wicked. It is like a runaway train heading this country into a serious wreckage. It will do the ordinary Guyanese no good. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Guyanese today are emotionally distressed at hearing this budget and will soon file a report with the Criminal Investigation Department. I thank you.
And thank you, Honorable Member, for that very colorful presentation. Our next contributor is the Honorable Member, Mr. Dharam Kumar Siraj. Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. I'll advance the address of the tailor to you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I am happy on behalf of the government side to make my presentation this morning on Budget 2022. Comrade Speaker, last Wednesday, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance presented Budget 2022 to the National Assembly. The loaded budget, titled Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana, contains key and critical information in relation to the global and regional economic context in part, and detailed information about our domestic economy and budget projections. I take this opportunity to congratulate and to thank the Honorable Minister Dr. Ashni Singh and members of staff for their hard and dedicated work in producing this document. It is a document, Comrade Speaker, for the heavyweights on this side of the House to put into operation. Comrade Speaker, the Minister informed the National Assembly that the global growth is now estimated at 5.9% in 2021, which represents a rebound after nearly 10 billion COVID vaccine doses were administered worldwide. Advanced economies grew by 5%, emerging markets and developing economies grew by 6.5%. We were told that growth prospects for 2022 are subjected to a high level of uncertainty and projected to be lower at 4.4%. Growth in Latin America and the Caribbean is projected at 2.4%. No doubt, Comrade Speaker, global COVID deaths of 5.7 million and confirmed cases of 382 million worldwide would have contributed to this situation. It is in this context, Comrade Speaker, that the debate on 2022 budget should have started. The kind of information contained in the presentation provides enough material for constructive and sometimes critical, and indeed we would have welcomed probing comments by all. But this golden opportunity was squandered by the opposition with much time spent on price for planting, which they didn't get right, sir. The last time I checked was $180. I heard $300 per pound of plantain. Sir, that is not the case. You can go to any market. We heard about trump-up charges, missing elections, documents, installed regime. Sir, this government was put in place legitimately by the people of this country. And if we want to use the word install, we were installed by the people. By the people of Guyana through a democratically held election, which the opposition, which is in government then, tried to derail using all sorts of measures, starting, of course, Mr. Speaker, with the half man that was rounded up to provide 34. And that failed, sir. That obviously failed. So we heard, sir, the complaints about only 2 days were given to scrutinize the budget. So when I checked, the minister did his presentation last Wednesday. The debate started on Monday. Obviously, we have a set of lazy people in the opposition who works only on working days and probably 2 or 3 hours only. And then It is in this state of mind, sir, they question the capability and the capacity of the government to execute this budget. Sir, I admit it will be challenging to execute with that kind of work mindset, where you only work on working days for 2 or 3 hours. Sir, this government is committed to work 24/7, 7 days a week, to deliver on what Budget 2022 promises. That is our commitment to our people. That is our contract with our people. So I want to talk about tailors and seamstresses, cutting and all of that. So time, like I said, would have been better spent to deal with what is contained in the budget. And the Honorable Member Jordan, sir, who spoke just now, obviously did not read the budget. His comments, sir, are structured in such a way so as to undermine or cause or make an attempt to undermine the one Guyana that we are trying to build. So the members of the opposition are obviously in panic mode, and they're afraid of our stated objective of building a one Guyana, inclusive of all of them. And they're trying their best. They're trying their best, sir, to undermine that effort and talk about preference to one ethnic group. So there's a lot of talk, but nowhere in the presentation are these honorable members bringing anything of substance to the House for the government to act on. They talk about discrimination. Who are we discriminating against? Where are the names? Where are these people located? Which village or which villages or which region are we discriminating against? So the honorable member spoke about the need for a modern hospital in Region 5. It is contained in the budget, sir. And not only one, but I think we will be building six regional hospitals, and one of the location will be in Region 5. So obviously, sir, the member was trying to score cheap political points. So, you know, all of us would like to have an ambulance at every health center. All of us would like to have modern facilities, and that is what the budget is trying to address. Because not only are we going to build these new hospitals, sir, but you have $1 billion, sir, to upgrade health centers across all regions to address critical interventions needed to improve patient experience. And sir, the budget speaks a lot about health. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke about flood relief and the COVID grant, and sought here again to politicize the issue and to give the impression that there was some sort of discrimination in the allocation of flood relief and the COVID assistance. Every single Guyanese deserving and who would have lost to the floods receive assistance. And when the first list left out some person, there was a second round to ensure that those who complained received the attention of the government through the Ministry of Agriculture and the agencies of the GRDB, NARI, GLDA, and the new GMC. And so the government is still open to consider any other request from any other member of this House that can come up with the evidence that anyone was left out. With the COVID grants, it was the same. Every single household was visited, and every single Guyanese benefited from the COVID grant. So in terms of trumped up charges, I was a victim, Comrade Speaker. The Honorable Dharamlal was a victim. The Honorable Ashley Singh was a victim. Sir, I recall the rubber stamp Prime Minister shouting across the aisle, saying 100 million, we're gonna lock you up. So they search near and they search far. They search low and they search high. They tried everything and they couldn't find anything at all. They send the auditors, they send the detectives, and all they could have come up with, sir, is attempt to commit fraud by failure to make entries into a ledger which members of the board of directors, sir, never ever saw. How can you, sir, how can you charge a member of a board of directors who spent a maximum of 2 hours at an institution with failing to make entries into a ledger? So the very government that charged me and charged Durham Land and Order, in our case, sir, the very government, the AP and UAFC government, was forced to withdraw the charges. And those charges against me, sir, were dismissed under the tenure of the AP and UAFC. Some tried to make it out that the Honorable Ashley Singh fled the country, sir. Fled the country. The Honorable Ashley Singh after left to feed his family, to look for a job. And when the honorable member learned that there were charges against him, he came promptly back to Guyana to face up those charges. And again, sir, proven in a court of law with competent jurisdiction that they were trumped up charges. This is not new, Comrade Speaker. In 1973, sir, I think it was in August of 1973, the PNC government trumped up merger charges against Arnold Rampersad in Berbice following the July 1973 elections, which the PNC rigged to give themselves a 2/3 majority in the parliament. Trumped up charges against Arnold Rampersad, and after three trials and many years languishing in prison without the benefit of speaking to lawyers and families, that gentleman, they brought it to tongue. You know why they brought it to tongue, Comrade Speaker? Defense Counsel, led by Senior Defense Rex McKay. Rex McKay moved a motion. I don't know if you call it a motion. I'm too versed in the court, sir. I didn't spend any time there, although he was charged. They dismissed the case. But the prosecution chief lawyer, Senior Counsel Rex McKay, moved in the court, sir, to get the matter transferred to Georgetown, saying that the jurors were biased against the government and supporters of the PPP. And sir, Defense Counsel, Senior Counsel B.O. Adams do not sing, and include Maurice Bishop of Grenada. Maurice Bishop of Grenada and Dr. Walter Rodney, I think, also played a part in the defense of Arnold Rampersad. A wide cross-section of lawyers against the Trump-up charges. B.O. Adams, in a counterpunch, demolished the argument of Rex McKay by saying that the July 1973 elections results showed that the PNC won a huge majority in Region 6. And how can you now come and say that the jurors of Region 6 are supporters of the PPP? Knock the argument out of the window, sir. And we see the continuation of that kind of behavior, Comrade Speaker. The continuation of that kind of, because as recent as 2020, after measures would have been put in place to cut out stealing of the ballots as a place of poll by the counting of the ballot at the place of the poll, we saw elements of GCOM supported by the APNU AFC trying to rig the election. So the door was opened by the Honorable Mike Paul, and we must put the record straight. I want to speak on the budget, sir, but these matters must be put to rest, because one RO tried with a spreadsheet, a bed sheet, and then incoherent mumblings to try to convince people that the APNU AFC won the election. So the CARICOM Observers Mission, and I want to quote again, I did it last year, and I want to quote again, that this was a transparent effort to alter the course of a democratically held elections. And sir, Bruce Golding went on to say, it took a man of great courage to try to alter the results of an election in the face of such a sturdy paper trail. So, Mr. Speaker, the rigging is in the DNA of the PNC. Sir, and look what happened here recently when we were debating the bill on the Natural Resource Fund. Sir, you know, every ship has a captain. Every school a headmaster or a headmistress. And every parliament, I suppose, would have had a speaker to ensure that things are run the way they are supposed to be done.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That's why I will ensure you can conclude by asking someone to move. You get 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Common Speaker. Common Speaker, the behavior was so atrocious. Not only did they try to disrupt the sitting of the National Assembly, they damaged state property. They still damaged state property. And then, sir, when you, sir, manage to bring order back to the House and ensure that we proceed with the subsequent reading and passing of the bill, they're now trying to get rid of you, sir, by moving a motion of no confidence against you. Sir, this bullyism and rowdy behavior must come to an end. We must behave properly in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I want to skip all these pages and come, sir, in wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. In wrapping up, sir, to put this budget in the context that people will understand, sir. I heard utterances like this is an oil sector budget. The Honorable Ramjatan said that there is little money for the non-oil sector. Sir, most of the money in this budget is for the non-oil sector. And I will describe this budget as a non-oil and gas budget, because the resources and the allocation of the resources in this budget goes towards the development of a foundation that will support a superstructure to ensure that Guyana's economy moves from one of developing to develop. And for that, sir, you need a solid foundation, a foundation by way of infrastructure development that will ensure that this government can provide the services that we so badly needed. Sir, according to the Global Competitiveness Index prepared by the World Bank Global Forum, out of 140 economies, Guyana ranked 104 in terms of road infrastructure. So how can we develop this country without putting major investment in road infrastructure? Sir, in terms of port infrastructure, we rank number 87. We rank number 93 in air transport infrastructure. We must put our infrastructure right so that our people can enjoy a better life. And that is why we're making substantial investment in health, in education, in agriculture, in drainage and irrigation, in farm-to-market roads, in our young children, the uniform support, the We Care grant, in our elderly. So all these investments and more to come in the years ahead is ensuring that we position our people, we position our country for the eventuality of a non-oil and gas economy. That, sir, is the overall objective of our government, to use the resources available now to build a solid foundation that will support a superstructure of services to our people that will be rivaled that can rival the infrastructure and the standard of living of the developed world. Sir, without further hesitation, I commend with absolute certainty, sir, with absolute certainty, I commend budget 2022 to the National Assembly for unanimous passage. Thank you, Comrade Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now I call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Jurita Fernandez, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I proceed?
Yes, I said so a minute ago.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague on the other side, Mr. Siraj. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that Mr. Siraj is yet to read the 2022 budget. Mr. Siraj went on to say, and I quote, "This budget should have been named non-oil and gas budget." The first budget in this nation's history to utilize the revenues from the Natural Resource Fund, Mr. Siraj stood in this house and said, this budget, Mr. Siraj, honorable member, stood and said that it should have been named the non-oil and gas budget. Uncertainty, right? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Siraj further spoke about the price of planting. And again, I am convinced that Mr. Siraj has not gone to the market in a very honorable member, has not gone to the market in an extremely long time. The price of planting is not something that the coalition was speaking about. The price of planting was an issue that the nation was speaking about. Mr. Siraj also said, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition is in panic mode. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is not in panic mode. The nation is in panic mode. The vulnerable members of this country is in panic mode. The single parent is in panic mode. Everyone in Guyana that is not a part of that clique is in panic mode. That is a panic that we are experiencing in a nation today. Mr. Speaker, it was Mark Twain that said, never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then they will beat you with experience. Mr. Hamilton has left the House, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Hamilton, or honorable member, oh, he's here? Mr. Hamilton, honorable member, took it upon himself to launch a personal attack on me in his presentation on Monday when he opened for the government side of the House in their debate. Sir, the most astonishing thing about Mr. Hamilton is, honorable member, is yet to be known. Sir, the records of great politicians that walk these lands knows not the name of Joe Hamilton, honorable member. It is unbelievable, sir, that someone that spent decades in politics find it fitting to come to this house and his presentation for a budget, sir, he see it fitting to make sure that he launched an attack on a young female parliamentarian. Must I enlighten this house, dear sir, and enlighten Mr. Hamilton, sir, the decade-old politician in the house, that my political career started a mere 5 years ago. And the latter part of that 5 years, sir, I've been sitting as a member in the National Assembly. Sir, you found it fitting to insult me because you said, you believe, rather, let me quote him. He said he thought about it all night, that I am tasked with shadowing Dr. Ashley Singh. He thought about it all night, sir. I didn't say that, he did. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised, and rightly so, he thought about it all night, sir. Because it is in those quiet moments that you, Mr. Joseph Hamilton, honorable member, it is in those quiet moments when you do not have your colleagues to prop you up. It is in those moments that you reflect on the political failure that you are. Miserable, incompetent, sorry excuse of a politician, sir. Mr. Speaker, in my last budget presentation, sir, when speaking to the non-oil GDP, I quoted, sir, was the APNUAFC's accomplishment in building a strong economy in 2019 so overwhelming that it will take the PPP until 2023, 3 years in office, as the Caribbean's largest oil producer, to finally match the economic output of the APNUAFC's final year in office? So that was a direct quote from my presentation in 2021. Sir, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashley Singh, responded, and he said, sir, that I did not know what I was talking about. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the said minister stood right here in this very house last Wednesday and delivered a report card to this nation that not only confirmed what I said, sir, but he delivered a report card of total and utter failure to the people of this nation. And the minister reported, sir, that in 2021, non-oil GDP growth was an anemic 4.6%. After a projection that the said minister made in this very house, sir, of 6.1% in 2021. After, sir, that had suffered a contraction of 7.3% in 2020, sir. And further, Mr. Speaker, the minister gave the projection for 2022 as 7.7%. And again, I project an epic failure to meet the target for this year as well. For the member that is shouting, due to his ignorance to the matter at hand, let me explain further, sir. The Honorable Mr. Kwame McCoy that is shouting, I am simply saying, sir, I'm going to take the time to explain it to you. You met the economy here. In 2020, it contracted, it went down here, sir. 7.3 contraction. You projected, sir, your government, sir, projected that in 2021 it would have had a growth of 6.1, sir. They did not meet that target, sir. They met a target of 4.6, sir. You think you're following, sir? That is what is going on. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed the PPP miss 2 GDP growth targets in 2 budgets, sir. Not only have they missed every growth target since they came into office, sir, but they missed both by miles. They have missed every growth target, and they have missed those targets by miles, sir. In 2020, the Honorable Minister projected, like I said, the GDP would contract between 1.4% and 4.3%. Then, when presenting in 2021 budget, he reported that the economy actually contracted by 7.3%, sir. With that failure on his record, he then projected GDP growth of 6.1 in 2021, sir. 6.1, that is what he projected, sir. Sir, with this failure on his record, sir, I think 6.1% was a very modest sum, which fully took into account the COVID-19 pandemic, I dare add. The PPP is coming to this house, speaker after speaker, and speaking about their failure and trying to sugarcoat it and trying to blame the COVID pandemic. So I want to remind this house that the COVID pandemic was already upon us when those projections were made at the beginning of 2021. So that is not an excuse for the drastic failures that was reported here, sir. Modest as it might have been, sir, modest as it might have been, it was clearly not modest enough to overcome the legendary incompetence of the PPP. The Honorable Minister came to this house just last week to report that instead of the 6.1 projected growth, Guyana has recorded a GDP growth rate of only 4.6. With another significant failure on his record, he then proceeded, like I said, sir, that the ending of this year, he is going to realize a non-oil GDP growth of 7.7%. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm willing to take any bet that the PPP is going for the hat trick with 3 failed GDP growth targets in a row, sir. Let us all assume, for the sake of argument, let us assume, sir, that somehow they will get their act together and finally deliver on a promise, just one promise, sir. Let's say the economy actually grew by 7.7% in 2022, non-oil economy I refer to, sir. As unlikely as it is, sir, that would amount to an average GDP growth of 1.47% over the 3 budgets executed by the PPP. These are the people who attempt to lecture to us. Then they come to this house and they speak of transformation. They come to this house and they say they know to do it best. This is what they have delivered. Failure upon failure. Let's talk about inflation, sir. Big topic at hand right now. Every media house is reporting on inflation. The people of this country is crying out about inflation. As I turn the nation's attention to another target that the PPP has totally failed to meet, they have a trend of missing targets since they came back in office, sir. In his 2021 budget presentation, the Honorable Minister within the Ministry of the Presidency with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashney Singh, projected that there would be a 1.6% inflation in 2021, sir. He then came back to this house, the Honorable Member, and reported a 5.7% inflation rate for 2021. Mr. Speaker, 5.7% is over 3.5 times his announced target. And the projection was made in light of COVID-19. COVID-19 is not an excuse for this failure to meet this target. I pause and wonder how a government could be so utterly incapable of hitting a single one of their targets. Targets that they set, sir. This is not targets that the opposition set. The opposition didn't set targets. They set targets. They said based on their competence, they will make these things happen. Failure, failure, failure. This is all that they have delivered to this nation, sir. Mr. Speaker, when this budgetary period ends, at the end of 2022, the PPP would have presided over a total inflation rate of over 11% in just 2.5 years. This is taken into account, sir, the projection from the Honorable Dr. Ashney Singh. A cost of living increase, sir, of $11,000 on $100,000 budget, sir. Where is the average worker and pensioner going to find the money to meet this spike in the cost of living? In the budget, sir, the biggest budget ever, a budget that drains the NRF fund, the pensioners will receive an increase of $3,000. This is a relief that this uncaring administration offers, when by their own projection, sir, they would have presided over an inflation of 11% since they assumed office. They are now giving the pensioners $3,000, sir. And these are the people that want to scold us on management of the economy. What a joke. Their own report, sir, reeks of economic mismanagement. So let's turn our attention to corruption. The PPP loves to speak about corruption. My friend Yvonne, yes, my friend Yvonne was very honorable member, Miss Yvonne. She spoke about the numbers don't lie. So let's go to corruption. Mr. Speaker, the 2019 CPI, the Corruption Perception Index, sir, stated, and I quote, 2019, sir, with a score of 40, Guyana is a significant improver on the CPI since 2012. 2012, sir, just for the reminder, the PP was in office in 2012. While there is still much work to do, the government has demonstrated political will to hold former politicians accountable for the misuse of state resources. That was reported under the APN UAFC administration, sir. Not only did that statement acknowledge the misuse of state resources under the PPP, but it went on to show how the policies of the APN UAFC was geared at correcting systems they met in place to rid the nation coffers, sir. The PPP come to this house, sir, and talk about corruption. What a joke. What a joke. In 2012, sir, under the PPP, Guyana had the highest ranking in corruption ever in this nation history, sir. Under the PPP, they presided over that, sir. However, sir, the PPP wasted no time after they assumed office in 2020, sir, to set backup system to raid the nation's coffers. In 2021, sir, the Corruption Perception Index now was forced to drop Guyana's ranking by 2, sir. We are 2 rankings worse off than they took this country in 2020, sir. And they want to speak about corruption? What a joke. What a joke. Let's meet. This is the budget, sir. I know you don't understand that, but this is the budget, sir. Taxation, sir. Taxation, sir. Mr. Speaker, one of the most boosted tax adjustment in the 2022 budget is the removal of the 2% withholding tax on resident contractors, sir. It's right here, page 5, in their little abstract, sir. Number 1D, remove the 2% withholding tax on resident contractors, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, we are only left to assume, sir, we are only left to assume that this tax reduction is simply a redirection of those funds from the coffers at GRA and into the pockets of the gang that is raiding the nation coffers, sir. And sir, we have evidence of this, sir. Sir, we have evidence of this, sir. The honorable member, as I must refer to him, sir, Mr. Kwame McCoy, shouting across, how is this possible, sir? I will remind the honorable member, Mr. McCoy, I don't think he follows the news, sir, that it is their PS that a sting operation was set up against. It's their PSs before the court for what? You remember what? Corruption, sir. Corruption, sir. Yet the PPP comes to this house and they try to scold us on management. Sir, after speaker, speaker after speaker, the PPP have come to this house, sir, and they have talked about track record. What did you do? That's what they said. What did you do when you were in office? Each and every member of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to all of them from the government side stand up and speak on track record. And we have heard them, and we have heard them ask the question, what did you do? And I stand here to remind those on the other side, with their shallow memory, sir, of our track record. And more importantly, to enlighten them, sir, of their own track record since assuming office in 2020. Because it is clear, sir, that they were partly deaf. I believe they were partly deaf, sir, when the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashney Singh, was actually delivering his presentation, sir. The Honorable Member stood in this very house last Wednesday and delivered his report card to this nation. Let's talk about track record. Don't get distracted, sir. He delivered a report card that he repeatedly was forced to grade his administration and his ministers in the various sectors and ministries. F, F, F. Failure, 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 sir. We can look at the very presentation, sir, starting from page 7. This is the document that was read by the Honorable Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashney Singh. He spoke to sectorial performance, sir. This is developments in the domestic economy in 2021. This is not the coalition going out there and saying that they failed, sir. This is them reporting the numbers of failure. The Minister of Finance reported an F in agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector. He said, Mr. Speaker, that sector contracted by 9.1% in 2021. Not grow, sir. This comes after he had estimated the sector to expand by 5.6% in his previous budget presentation. Simply put, sir, he came here at the beginning of 2021 and he said that they are good and they are competent and they can deliver and they're going to use the resources well. And he said at the end of 2021, this sector would have grown by 5.6%. Sir, his report card said that it contracted by 9.1%, sir. The minister went on to say that the sugar growing subsector had reduced by 34.7% in 2021 and delivered a total sugar production, sir, of 58,025 tons, sir. Simply put, in 2020, sir, this subsector produced 87,875 tons. Mr. Speaker, it is after the minister stood in this house last year and I said, and I want to quote him here, sir, the restructuring of Gaisuko, because they came, sir, and they spoke about Gaisuko. I think it was every speaker that spoke about Gaisuko, if I'm not mistaken. They came to this house, sir, and they spoke about Gaisuko. And I'm quoting from the minister 2021 budget presentation, sir. He said the restructuring of Gaisuko alongside the recapitalization of sugar estate will see improved production and productivity, not only in 2021, but over the medium term. As a result, in 2021, the sugar industry is projected to grow by 9.6%, end of quote, sir. He is now trying, sir, he is here and he is trying to blame the failure to reach this target on the flood. But sir, even that, if you were to calculate by his own admission, the numbers that he projected within this very report, sir, if you are to do the calculations as to the loss that they ensued due to the flood, Mr. Speaker, you would realize, sir, that even if you subtract from that number that they projected, sir, they would have still fallen short tremendously. But you know what is most astonishing, sir? And persons need to understand this. Even with the worst projections that we have encountered thus far, even with their failure to meet any one of these targets thus far, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member proceeded to give a projection for 2022 for this subsector as 65,000 tons. I want Guyanese to understand what we're saying. The PPP come to this house, speaker after speaker, and they say they will rescue sugar. They came to this house and they say that we did not know what we were doing when we were in office. They came to this house and they say that they will reopen the sugar estates. Sir, the PPP is now by their own admission, sir. The PPP is now by their own admission. It is a barefaced admittance, sir, that they know that sugar is failing. These are the people that stand in this house to lecture us. People who 3 budgets later is yet to bring up production of sugar to where we left it off in 2019, sir. Sir, no estates will be open. Mark my word. Absolutely no estates will be open. And tens of thousands of jobs, I want to touch on Mr. Mustafa. He's not here, sir. I will still continue. Mr. Mustafa stood in this house, sir, yesterday, and he said when they're finished with the work, they will be creating avenues for tens of thousands of jobs. Tens of thousands of jobs, you know. Mr. Speaker, it should be a crime for a sitting minister to randomly pull numbers out of the sky like that. Just to inform this honorable house, the unemployment rate, these are the numbers, the unemployment rate for the 3rd quarter of 2021 was reported by the Bureau of Statistics at 14.5% in comparison to the 13.1% in 2019. Simply put, more persons were employed under the coalition that are employed today. The APN, UAFC did not talk. We delivered. We employed more persons. That is what the number said by the Bureau of Statistics. You can go and challenge that if you will, sir. Mr. Speaker, I repeat to further make it clear. It is a statistical fact, sir, proven by the hard work of the Guyana Bureau of Statistics that there are more people jobless today, unemployed today, than there were under the APN, AFC administration time in office. This is the cold, hard fact beyond debate, sir. Those are the numbers, Mr. Pearsons. As you rightly said, numbers don't lie. Mr. Speaker, the minister continued to read his failed report card that the PPP got an F in rice production also, sir. According to his report, sir, this is his report, there was a reduction of 20.5%, resulting in 860,000 tons of paddy production in the rice growing sector for 2021, sir. This was after the minister stood in this house and projected production to increase by 3.5%, another missed target, sir. The PPP continues to miss their targets. And let me remind this nation, sir, that it was under the APN UAFC administration that paddy production was at its 2 highest, with 2015 being the highest and 2019 being the 2nd highest, both years recording well over 1 million tons of paddy, sir. We do not need you to lecture us on the rice sector, sir. We have delivered. This is a track record. You asked a track record, I'm delivering that track record to you. Let's look at the extractive industry, sir. Let's look at the extractive industry, sir. Mr. Speaker, the report card for the extractive industry is another F. Another F, sir. Bauxite mining declined by 3.8%. F. Gold mining contracted by 14.8%. F. With the combined output from large operators declining by 31.7%, sir. F, F, F. And let me remind this nation that sir, since we're talking about track record again, sir, let me remind this nation of the track record for the extractive industry under the APN UAFC administration, sir. 2014, sir, the last year of the PPP being in office. 2014, sir. 2014, sir. Gold declaration was 387,000 ounces. Mark this number, listen carefully. 387,000 ounces, 2014. The coalition came into office in 2015. Guyanese, you're listening. The first year of the APN UAFC in office, gold declaration, sir, was 451,000 ounces. 16.5% increase, sir. That's our first year in office, sir. Let's move to our second year in office, sir. 2016. 2016, sir. May I continue?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you will need some time to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you, sir. Let me recap it for persons that missed that. PPP left the office in 2014, their last year in office, rather, in 2014. We had the declaration of gold being 387,000 ounces. The coalition came into office in 2015. We had the declaration of gold, 451,000 ounces, 16.5% increase. Sir, 2016, the second year of the APN UAFC being in office, 713,000 ounces, 58% increase, and they tried to school us on extractive industry. What a joke. A mere 2 years of being in office, the APN UAFC had an increase, sir, of 326,000 ounces. That, my friends, account for almost 85% increase. So do not attempt to lecture us on gold. Mr. Hamilton don't understand, sorry, Honorable Member, Mr. Hamilton, and we know why. Mr. Speaker, the report card as delivered by the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashni Singh, is a dismal report of failure. A report card that fails to reach any target that was set by their own administration, not by us, sir. A report card of failure presented to this nation. And yet, sir, they come to this house and shout and scream with their incompetence. Empty barrels, indeed, make the most noises. This budget rips through the very soul of this nation, a nation that was hopeful. This hope is now lost. The abomination, sir, which the PPP calls a budget, lays out a plan to add a further debt burden, sir, of $100 billion while emptying the natural resource funds of $126 billion, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me put that into context for my friend that need me to put it into further context for him. The PPP has outlined, sir, a plan to place a debt burden of $476,000 on the shoulder of every Guyanese family, while they also withdraw $600,000 per family that was saved in the NRF fund, sir. I know you didn't do that calculation, sir. Sir, $1,076,000 per every Guyanese family. $90,000 a month per every Guyanese family, sir. That is what the PPP has done to this nation. This, sir, is more than enough to immediately end extreme poverty in Guyana and make hunger and homelessness, sir, a distant memory for the thousands of Guyanese who are struggling in the depth of extreme poverty in this nation, sir. Yet you can search until the end of this budget period, sir. Sir, you can search forever and you will not find a single policy within this budget that actually address extreme poverty. This is the budget that the PPP come to this house and claim to be a caring budget. This budget, the biggest budget ever, $552.9 billion. The first budget to use the oil revenues after it would have been fully implemented at the end of this year. There is still absolutely no relief for the poor. There will still be a plastic city, sir, in Region 3, their stronghold. There will still be families struggling in Tiger Bay, sir. There will still be children begging on the streets. There will still be homeless people sleeping on every road corner in this city. After the biggest budget ever, listen carefully, the first budget to utilize our oil revenues, Guyanese will still be struggling to survive. Poverty, the lack of basic human needs will continue to plague our most vulnerable under this careless, heartless, immoral, and inhumane budget. Single mothers struggling to provide for their families, sir. Pensioners who are no longer able to work. The sick and the disabled. These people who make up the bulk of those who will suffer in extreme poverty in this country. This budget does absolutely nothing to raise their standard of living. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is not too much to ask that in a country set to have the third highest oil production ever, per person, when the Liza Unity comes online in just a few weeks, this 2022 budget should have outlined a plan to end childhood hunger. At the very least, sir, is it too much to ask that there be a plan to get thousands of children living in squatting areas, provide them with emergency housing, sir? Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask that our pensioners be given enough money in the biggest budget ever, the first budget to utilize the NRF funds? Is it too much to ask that you give them enough money so that they can afford 3 healthy meals a day? For the PPP, sir, this is too much to ask. For the government of the day, it is least among their concerns, sir. Sir, they are more concerned with projects and programs that will yield the biggest kickbacks. Sir, as I wrap up, how do we expect a minister who traveled via bus for the first time when he was 30 years old and he had to take a camera crew, sir, to film his experience? How do we expect him to understand the needs of persons? How do we expect him to understand poverty? How do we expect him to understand that $3,000 addition after draining the nation's oil resources is nothing close to being enough for our pensioners? How do we expect him to understand that, sir? Mr. Speaker, the PPP seems to be filled with two extremes. On one hand, they have people that do not care, and on the other hand, sir, they have people that do not understand. So what we have, sir, is a situation in which persons that do not care is actually leading persons that do not understand. That is what is going on there, sir. Sir, I will say in my final statement, sir.
Honorable Member, I will have to stop the final statement because I've been signaling you for the past 3 minutes to conclude. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Much obliged. Sir, in my final statement, I would say that if I was to name this budget for the PPP, an accurate name for the budget would have been trickle-down economics again. We promise it will work for you this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, before I call on the next speaker, I am not going to raise the finger anymore at speakers. When it's 2 minutes on your original presentation, I'll raise this white pen because I hear a word being used by the Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan. I'm asking you to desist from it, right? And for your 2 minutes warning on your original, I'll raise the white pen. Honorable Member and Minister in the Ministry of Public Works, the Honorable Member, Mr. Indar Deodat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to address this Honorable House on my comments on the 2022 budget. And to start that, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Minister, Dr. Singh, and his team at the Ministry of Finance for the great work they have put in to deliver in this budget. But Mr. Speaker, I want to address some of the comments made by the two speakers from the opposition side this morning. The first thing that I want to speak of is that they tend to evoke in their speeches God. I heard the Honorable Viceroy spoke about a passage in the Bible, and I can quote passages too, Mr. Speaker. So I reference John 10, verse 10. The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. And I want to explain that passage, that reference as well. I want to reference the seismic destruction that the APNU government left in the trails that we had to remedy. Let me go through and explain how they have destroyed this country from the very fabric. That is why I use the word seismic destruction. The closure of the sugar estate to put 7,000 people out of work was to put people at a diminished position where men cannot go home to their wives and say, I brought home income for the family. They have taken back lands from the forestry sector and shut that down, taxing even to the shingles that you use to do fences for your yard. That is the second thing. The third thing is a number of taxes. They tax the lifeblood out of people, over 200 tax. They have changed the schedule in the Value-Added Tax Act to make sure that the items that were zero rated, they put on taxes on them. They have also weaponized the Guyana Revenue Authority to go after and audit people in the private sector and increase their assessments and run them into bankruptcy. They have also created this sum effects with all of these actions that no new investor came into the period that they were in government. No person came. Mr. Speaker, in colloquial language, what they have done is lash people pot. That is what you see it in the countryside. They lash people pot. Lash your pot. Thank you, Honorable Member. So they themselves like to quote numbers. We can quote numbers and verses from the Bible too. I also heard the first speaker talk about this budget is for big boys and private sector. We have no regret, shame, or distance from the private sector. I want to speak to this matter. Mr. Speaker, the private sector employs 65% of the working population. And that, I will direct you to page 19 of the Guyana Labor Survey, was done in May 2021. That labor survey done by the Bureau of Statistics says that 65% of persons that are employed are from the private sector. So out of 251,000 jobs, 163,047 jobs, the private sector put that in the economy. So if you have a budget and it doesn't address that 163,000 workers and the companies they work for, then the budget is a misfit. But this budget that we have put together here address that exact thing, create jobs and also expand the private sector. Mr. Speaker, the public sector have around 57,000 jobs, and not-for-profit organization have about 30,000 jobs. And that make up the total workforce in Guyana. So to say that is a private sector budget is a weak argument on their part. I want to also say, if you look at the estimates that the Honorable Minister presented, Dr. Ashley saying, you check table 2A and B of that estimate, and you will see a couple of numbers, and I want to point you to those. The first thing is that the income tax from the private sector is what the GRA received to be $89 billion from companies alone. Private sector pay taxes so that government can spend money into public initiatives. Import duties, about $27.5 billion in import duties. They also pay VAT on imports, about $26.3 billion. Excise tax on imports, about $40.5 billion. So the private sector pays into the government coffers taxes and fees that we then use to program in a budget. So the argument again that is for the big boys and so it's a weak at best argument by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want to address some of the issues raised by the Honorable Jurita Finance in her presentation. The first thing they spoke about was non-oil GDP of 4.6. I don't know if we don't understand economics or we don't know how to analyze an economy, but if you're going to speak on the economy, at least recognize realities. When the budget was prepared for 2021, nobody could have dreamed or had a glass ball. They could have peeped in and see that you'd have a flood. That was not a 100-year event. It was a 1,000-year event. The entire country was flooded. You don't look into a glass ball and say, oh, we expect a flood. It is a natural occurrence and we have to deal with, which give rise to a whole host of ailments. She spoke about sugar being down. What she didn't understand is 35% of the standing cane was destroyed. 4,300 hectares of cane was destroyed. She doesn't understand that. And they don't understand, but they come and they grandstand and they speak. They have to read. She should have read the budget, the honorable member should have read the budget as she accused my colleague.
Go ahead, go ahead.
They spoke about GDP. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this God-given art, nowhere you can find a country that projects 47.5 growth in a GDP. Nowhere. Looks, turn, brick, run down in a rabbit hole. You cannot find it. Guyana projects 47.5% GDP. And we have just closed the year with 19.9%. 19.9%, we just closed the year economic growth. 3 countries in the world can claim that kind of growth. 3. The non-oil economy grew by 4.6%. What you all have is a weak analysis of the economy, a very weak and novice analysis of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak some more about the matters that she raised about inflation. Again, this bunker strategy that the AP and UAFC employs doesn't work nowhere. It seems to me that they stick their head in the sand to realities. Now you have an issue about inflation. What is driving inflation? Don't we know they have a global supply chain issue? Don't we know there's a global supply chain issue? When a container from China and from parts of the world that are producing goods used to cost $3,300 for a 20-foot container, now it's $20,000. Don't they know that? If they don't know that, Mr. Speaker, they should read and research before they come to this honorable house and grandstand and stand on pedestal and speak things that are novice in nature. The other thing, they spoke about fertilizer costs. The same thing. Who manufactures fertilizer? Where does it come from? Where does it come from? The honorable member spoke about fertilizer costs. Natural gas prices went up globally. Aren't you guys checking? What is it that you use to make fertilizer? Then you have to ship it. We don't control shipping lines. I never knew Guyana had its own shipping lines. Honorable Member Ramjatan. Mr. Speaker, one of the most grotesque things that I just heard, grotesque is the word I use, is the 2% removal of withholding tax. They say that is for the boys. Mr. Speaker, these people really don't understand what they're talking about. I'm sorry to say, but I can't use the word nonsense in this house. But I'll use another word. Kangalang. Kangalang is the word. I don't know if the Kangalang, it's a Kangalang analysis. 2%, you know who pays that? Is the man who cleaned in the trench, is the man who get a little fine job. 2% is from the people them. Listen to me, the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, honorable member, you yourself do not understand this matter. You yourself do not understand this matter, so do not speak about it. This bunker strategy that you're all employing to stick your head in the sand to realities, it don't work. It don't work at all. Mr. Speaker, I want to also address, she raised some other issues about corruption and gold. Corruption, let me first talk about the gold issue. So they talk about gold rise in their time in office. Yeah, gold production rise because they had large producers. Check who were the small and medium-sized miners. What were their output? Check what were their output. Those are the guys that go into the village economy and buy the ration, buy the parts, get the workers. Those are the guys, Mr. Speaker. I'm not guessing this. I was in the industry. I know how it operates. I was in the industry. And I'm saying to you, they boast about that. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if, because they thought that the production rise under them, they had the God-given right to sell out all of the gold that we had in the resort of the Bank of Guyana. $25 billion worth of gold is sold out and spent out the money. And you talk about, right? And did not put the money in the reserve, they spent it out too. The worst part of it, they spent out the money and contracted the asset base of the Bank of Guyana. Contracted the asset base. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, they talk about bauxite. Bauxite, the honorable member Vikram is here. He will tell you that they run Rusal out of the country, Mr. Speaker. We had to bring in AGM and Troy to counter that. Putting over 1,000 people out of job. They did that, and they're talking about the extractive industry and managing. I'm sorry, but the honorable member seems to have mistaken from the House. The honorable member spoke and mistake from the House. I want to address them. There is a calculation that the honorable member made. There was a calculation that the honorable member made about the withdrawal from the NRF fund. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear. There is $126 billion in the revenue, in the tables of the revenue, in the estimates, that is from the NRF. Her calculation that we have to pay, that is debt on our people, is actually a useless calculation. Absolutely useless calculation. Right? Let me say this to you, Mr. Speaker. That NRF money forms part of the total budget. In the total budget, there are massive amounts of infrastructural work in energy, infrastructure, air transport, in river transport, in education, in health. The money goes into projects that are delivering to the people. And she talk about debt burden. Mr. Speaker, again, she has not read this document that the Honorable Minister presented. In this document, it is 38.7% debt burden. Your GDP to your debt to GDP ratio measures your debt burden, and it's 38%, lowest in this hemisphere. So I don't know where they get their numbers from, but they come here and they speak and they grandstand. The worst I've heard this morning is that the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, doesn't understand poverty. That is what I heard this morning. Mr. Speaker, I reject this nonsensical, I don't want to use that word again, but I reject this in the strongest term. Mr. Speaker, the budget process does not only rest with the Minister of Finance, it's every single member here puts estimates done, and they review it. We consult with everybody, and the budget process is a massive one, takes months. And everybody here would have to recommend programs to the Minister of Finance, who then puts it together and then come back and discuss it. And that is how we move forward. So to say that the Honorable Minister doesn't understand poverty, I tell you, I reject it. But what I want to say, that I understand poverty, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not ashamed of it. I, Deodatinda, went to school bare feet, hungry. I understand poverty. And I work with the Minister of Finance and help him prepare this budget. So they cannot come here and lecture anybody about understanding poverty. I do. And I wear it as a badge of honor because it has crafted the man that I am. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of sectoral performance that the Honorable Member raised. And these are only my opening remarks, Mr. Speaker. 9% reduction in agriculture. Again, the bunker strategy is at work again. They stick their head on the stand. This particular sector was ravaged by a flood. Crops were destroyed. Thousands of acres of rice land was destroyed. Cane land was destroyed. Personal property was destroyed. People's garden crops were destroyed. Livestock, the goat, sheep, fowl. I was on the ground. I saw it with these very two eyes. That is what affected the sector. So if the sector reduced by 9.1%, it means that is the effects of that horrific flood that we had for 2 months straight. So this bunker strategy, where they continue to employ, to stick their head in the sand and find two small rabbit holes to run down and argue, doesn't work. The people of this country felt the flood. They know you cannot fool people anymore. This is a time of an information age. The information age is that everything is on social media now. People see for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about another matter that the Honorable Member Jurita raised about corruption. Now, they talk about corruption, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if it's pot telling the kettle the bottom black or so, but I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that if they are the highest form of corruption, I will explain to you. If you check this same document here, this same document, you will see a part that deals with the public debt. And in that, the domestic debt. And the domestic debt, we had to issue debentures. For the people who are listening across the country, who are interested, debenture is a debt instrument. Our government had to put in debt instrument to securitize on the bank overdraft that we found at the Bank of Guyana that we are now correcting. It is the highest form of corruption, where they draw money from the Bank of Guyana and carry up the overdraft. And our government had to fix it. That is in addition. This is what the Honorable Member and the former Minister of Finance, who is not here, but they have a sitting member of the former cabinet here. Mr. Ramjatan is here. You have some more there. They were around the cabinet when they were spending out this money from the Bank of Guyana, writing checks and driving up an overdraft. It's either they knew and they didn't say nothing, or they just didn't care. Mr. Speaker, I want to use some time to look at the infrastructure that this budget put forward. Mr. Speaker, last year, Public Works had $44.6 billion in the budget, the original plus the supplement. This year, that figure has grew, the envelope for infrastructure has grew to $96 billion. And out of that, $88 billion is for capital works, capital formation. Capital works that would help people. Now, I heard this morning again, someone said, I think maybe it's Vince Roy, that this budget is not a people-centered budget. It's for the boys. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, again, if they actually took the time to read it, they will see $73.2 billion allocated to the health sector. The health sector, that is designed, everything about the health sector is designed to help our people. Healthcare is free in Guyana from the public side. Everything here is designed to help people. It also has $74.4 billion for the education sector. Everything in the Ministry of Education is designed to help students become productive members of society. Everything, every vaccine, all that money is geared directly towards delivering to the people. It is a direct interface with the population set. So for them to say that is a private sector big budget, again, it's weak at best. Look at the housing sector. Our government put $12.4 billion in the housing sector to deal with housing for people, so that the poverty that we have, that the honorable member spoke of, is addressed. That people who are squatting can get a house lot and build a house. The money is there for that. $3.1 billion for Amerindian and Hinterland development. That is money directly to people to deal with projects directly will benefit their lives. Mr. Speaker, for them to say that the budget is not people-centered is hogwash. So, on the infrastructure side, Mr. Speaker, we have, the first thing I want to talk about is on the energy side, where we are putting a lot of money, $29 billion in energy infrastructure. Apart from aviation, transport, and road infrastructure, we have the energy infrastructure. The energy infrastructure will see works in the hinterland community. All of the satellite generation companies, the 7 satellite generation companies that we have in Madia, in Mabaruma, Linden, Letem, all of those places will see improved generating assets so that they can get more reliable power. We will have build out of the Kumu and the Mokomoko as well as the Kato hydro projects. There are monies inside of there that deals directly with people in those regions. We have also $1.1 billion for solar farms. Mr. Speaker, we are putting 33 megawatts of power grid-tie solution in Essequibo, Borbis, and in Linden to tie into the grid. That is money, 85 million US, that was locked up under the APNU. Our government unblocked that money from the Norway funds. And that is going directly to reduce costs of power to people. Mr. Speaker, we have $20.8 billion going into gas to energy project as an energy infrastructure that is designed to cut electricity by half. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a long story to tell. They came to this house, the opposition, to block that very project, denying Guyanese people cheaper energy, denying businesses cheaper energy. Now people should see what the APNU is doing. They are trying to stop development in Guyana. We will not allow it in the People's Progressive Party government. We will not allow it. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about some of them big projects that we have, but also some of them that deals directly with the community. We have a lot of highways that we are redoing. Let's just take one, for example, the Palmyra to Crabwood Creek, 8.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, that will employ a lot of sand. You have to get a lot of sand, a lot of loom, a lot of stone. You have to get a lot of workers, machine operators. A lot of people in Region 6 would benefit from this project. It's a massive project, it is a big spend, and it will increase the travel time, increase the road and reduce the travel time. Mr. Speaker, the Linden to Mubura Road, only last week Friday I was on that road, Mr. Speaker. I went and checked. People, there are $6 billion in the budget for that. Mr. Speaker, that road, thousands of persons use it to traverse, bring goods, carry goods, go to the forestry concession or the mining concession. That road is in this budget. It is designed to help people. It is designed to benefit people. Mr. Speaker, $3.4 billion in hinterland roads. Hinterland Road, Mr. Speaker, the flood destroyed most of this infrastructure. The beginning of the year, when some of the APNU people still sporting, I was on the Peruni Road, destruction on the road. The people want road done, I was there. These monies are to help people. Miners can't work. Forestry people can't work. This road, Mr. Speaker, is vital. I was on the Peruni Road. Monies are in there to help it now, to fix it. Because when mining and forestry doesn't have proper access, the value towards the economy is reduced because people can't access the land, they can't produce. Simple. Mr. Speaker, there is $4.1 billion for bridges, 32 bridges from Kurapakari to Lete. 32 bridges will be built using AASHTO designs, international design. That is helping people. Mr. Speaker, the Demerara Harbor Bridge. I just want to talk a little on that. The new Demerara Harbor Bridge, $21.1 billion. The amount of stone, cement, concrete, cables, cable trays, wires, floating barges, workers that we need to build that bridge is humongous. That project alone will see the entire region, Trin region, for revving with economic activity. That single project, we will revving with economic activity, and the benefits that it will derive. If anybody is to take a calculation of the amount of wait time that persons have to do when they come in the morning and going back in the afternoon, the economic loss to the country is huge. This bridge is not just fixing travel problems, it's fixing other social problems. The time that you take an hour and a half to get to, you could be spending it with your child, teaching them some homework. But we have to spend it on the road and traffic jams. This bridge, Mr. Speaker, is a big thing for our government, and we are getting it done. We are not the government that promises things and don't get it done. We are getting it done. Mr. Speaker, there is a figure of $15.2 billion in this budget for urban and community roads. Mr. Speaker, if you walk this entire country, every single community, roads are being built. The man in his house sometimes doesn't care if we have 5 or 6 big hotels. It doesn't bother him. He cares when he drive out on the road. He have a good road, his drains are clean, he get proper electricity. These are the kitchen table issues we are fixing here. This community road spending here will see massive amounts of roads. Last year, Mr. Speaker, which is 2021, we built out 339 roads with $8.89 billion under this program. This year, it's $15.2 billion. You will see more roads in more community, in more housing schemes that have been left dilapidated for years under the APNU. They didn't go back. Again, they and their bunker strategy. They sit in their high offices, they come out and they grandstand and they talk things that they don't have any responsibility for. But we are getting it done. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we suffered in the past is flooding when the river ends up into people's lands. This year, we have $5 billion in the budget, and the people of Grove will benefit. The people of La Resource will benefit. The people of Maria's Delight will benefit. The people in Zealandia will benefit. The people in Legwan will benefit. The people in Essex and Bengal will benefit. Because when the water comes in, it destroys the land because it's salt water, you can't plant anything anymore. If they have some chicken, it destroys the livestock too. We are fixing these things. These things, as the honorable member on the other side said, it's not people-centered. These projects are designed directly to help people. Directly to help people, Mr. Speaker. So for them to come here and talk about it's not a people-centered budget, I say again, it's weak at best. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about river transport. We have $2.1 billion in this budget for a new vessel. Now, some of the opposition members have never been to Region 1. They never know where is Morawana. They don't know Kumaka and Port Kaituma. But when you go there, the people of the community of the region want this ferry and they want the stelling fixed. This spending is directly will benefit the people. It will carry more goods and it will carry refrigerated goods. This project will benefit them and it will end up rehabilitating the stellings to bring it up to standard. Mr. Speaker, the people of Legwan and Bartica and Fort Island have suffered because of those stellings that they have there. In this budget, there's $456 million to deal with those projects. The people of Legwan, every time there is a rice crop and they have to move it off the island to sell it, it's a problem with loading. You cannot load certain weight on the stelling because the members are weak. This will help that. Because if you carry less amount on the canters and the trucks that they move, it carries up the freight costs. I have dealt with this matter personally, Mr. Speaker. This spending directly benefits the people of Legwan. In Bartica, the same thing. The same thing applies to Bartica. The stelling is all, and we have to get a contractor to finish the work there to benefit the people of Bartica. Mr. Speaker, moving on the river transport, it moves tremendous amount of people. From Parika to Supanam, Parika to Leguan, Parika to Wakina, Parika to Bartica. That leg there, we have a number of vessels. This budget has 562 million to keep those vessels in operational mode, to repair them. Some of the vessels we have since the 50s, you can't find parts for them. When they broke down, you can't find parts for them.
Honorable member, to keep you in operational mood, we need an extension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that my honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honorable member. You may conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on 2 more projects. The first one is the CGI. Now, in our budget for air transport, we have about $2 billion set aside. Now, the CGI and my honorable colleague, Honorable Bishop Wanel Ejil, has said, if anything is to go wrong with the project, went wrong with that project. Repeating his words. And it is true, and there is evidence that it is true. So for the Honorable Member Jurita to come here and say, and talk about corruption, that project is rife with corruption. We found 1,500 defects when we pick up that project. It wasn't moving. 1,500 defects. We are modernizing the airport, and that again will ease when travelers are coming in and when they're going out. That spending is directly benefiting people, Guyanese people, and those who come to our shores. Mr. Speaker, the media from time to time will report incidents and sometimes accidents in the hinterland, because when aircraft land on these airstrips, they blow out the wheel or something, and they have an excursion. In this budget, there's 600 million for 4 airstrips, capital wars. Karisparu, we had to do special intervention. The Honorable Minister Pauline Sukai, special intervention to get goods into Karisparu for the people of Karisparu. This budget is addressing that airstrip. That is directly benefiting the people of Karisparu. Ikeriku Bottom, the same situation, Mr. Speaker. Iteringbang, the same situation. And Peruma, the same situation. These monies are designed to spend to help with getting goods into these communities so that our Amerindian brothers and sisters can make sure that they get goods as well. They get fuel to run their operation. If they don't work, it stifles these communities. Mr. Speaker, the last thing that I want to talk about is the Demerara Harbor Bridge, the current one. The Demerara Harbor Bridge has seen neglect under the APNU government, utmost neglect, like a stepchild. Our government, when we came into power, we have put monies to have that bridge running. On any given day, thousands of people move across that bridge, thousands of commuters, whether they're taking passengers or they're taking goods, because Region 3 and Region 2 depend on moving into the city and backward. We have $946 million for that bridge in 2022. We have some issues with the pontoons. We have some issues with span 9 and 10, and this monies will assist in making this bridge operational so that it don't break and cause disruption of commerce between Region 2 and Region 3 and Region 4. Because the people from Essequibo also bring over the produce to bring to Georgetown too. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I want to close my arguments and my comments on 2022 budget. That is a template for industrialization of Guyana. The budget reflects every aspect of society needs, and it addresses them. This budget addresses the needs and our commitments to our international partners and international bodies like CARICOM and the UN Agenda 2030. It addresses those needs and the requirements that are placed on our country. And lastly, the budget caters for the effects of global warming on floods. It has in it mitigation and adaptation measures, and it addresses the matter of the environment. And I want to close by commending this budget to this House for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Mr. Indar Deodat. Honorable members, the Chief Whip for the Opposition has informed me that the Honorable Member, Dr. Nicolette Henry, will not be speaking on this budget. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass.
Honorable members, the Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, just before we adjourned, I announced that the honorable member, Dr. Nicolette Henry, would not be speaking. I want to apologize to the honorable member. She told me she is going to be speaking, and the original schedule, which we have, will be maintained. The speakers lineup is the honorable members Coretta McDonald, Lee Williams, Maureen Philadelphia, Bagmati Veersamy, Dr. Nicolette Henry, Minister Priya Manichan, Richard Sinclair, Dr. Tandika Smith, Dineshwar Jaiprashad, and Dr. Vishwa Mahadev. The honorable member, Ms. Coretta McDonald, you can now proceed to make your presentation.
Their shoes was worn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those whom the gods wish to destroy will certainly be made mad first. I rise this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, to respond to the highly politicized budget speech presented to this Honorable House by the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh. Sir, I wish to use this opportunity to thank our frontline workers who continue to labor under unprecedented challenges during these COVID-19 times. We salute your efforts. Please be reminded that the APNU AFC coalition will never give up on the fight to give you a good life. Mr. Speaker, my thoughts and prayers remain with the families of those who succumbed to the dreadful disease, COVID-19, due to negligence on the part of those on that side of the House. Mr. Speaker, ever since this great nation made its first oil delivery and started production as early as 2019, the anxiety of workers all across this country were in high alert. Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, they have toiled and labored for decades under the promises of receiving a decent and livable wage. The David Granger administration started the process of providing the good life and making the small man a real man. Sir, we anxiously await the opportunity to continue on what we would have started. Mr. Speaker, the working people of this country were of the firm view that the first budget, based on the revenues collected from oil, would deliver something that they have never seen or experienced before. For months, they have been subjected to sound bites such as the next Dubai of the Caribbean, Guyana poised to be the richest country in the Caribbean and South America. Because of this, we were convinced that the installed administration had no choice but to announce something earth-shattering. We on this side of the House were not convinced that the installed regime's shamelessness could reach to new low levels. Sir, I wish to speak directly to those who would say that the opposition simply opposes the budget because that is what we do. But sir,
Honorable Member, shamelessness didn't pass me. I'll ask you to withdraw that or I'll strike it. Thank you.
Sir, I wish to speak directly to those who say that the opposition simply opposes the budget because that is what we do. Such viewpoints do not justice to the hard work and genuine concerns which we raise. And it is in that regard, sir, I wish to highlight why this budget is so disrespectful and deceitful to the people of this country. We expected the budget to announce game-changing programs such as free electricity for families, for poor families, the subsidizing of their mortgages, free housing vouchers, earned income tax credits, a supplemental nutrition assistance program with debit cards to buy food at designated supermarkets to stop the massive starvation. Sir, a supplemental security income program that would provide cash to low-income families. A temporary assistance for needy families program where non-cash benefits such as childcare and job training would be available. Sir, we expected poor women who cannot access free childcare that they would have been given in budget 2022 a special package for free childcare by the oil-producing nation of Guyana. Sir, unemployment programs. After being battered by the fallout from COVID, former workers of the public sector and the private sector were hoping that budget 2022 would offer them some assistance for being out of work for months, no fault of theirs. What about a government grant and loans program? The working class was hoping that the government of the oil-producing nation would have offered loans and grants to the people for housing, construction, and more. A food stamps program that would allow poor families to cushion the high prices in the market. The full coverage payment by the state for those with special health emergencies. Free education, sir, from nursery to university. None of these was announced, sir, and it is for this reason that I, a mother, I, a Guyanese woman, I, the representative of so many people in this country, especially our indigenous women, cannot support this budget. Sir, it is clear for all and sundry to see that the people of Guyana will not feel the benefits of oil unless they return the APNU-AFC coalition to government. Mr. Speaker, for 5 hours and more, the people listened via radio, television, social media, and more with bated breaths, but it never happened. The honorable member, what he kept doing is sipping on water every now and then, and he would have sipped for 10 times, Mr. Speaker, but that was still not enough for him to swallow that pill that he sought to impose on this nation. Little did he know, the people, sir, a government for the Private Sector Commission and a government created by the Private Sector Commission will never feel the pain of the poor and the working class people. This government cannot deliver the good life to the working class people. Honorable Member Anil, the people of this nation and Budget 22 have yet to prove this again. So to the people of Guyana, I say, the evidence has been laid bare with the presentation of 3 budgets. It is no longer up for debate. The APNU-AFC remains the only hope for the poor and the working class people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a people-centered budget cannot come from the members on that side of the House. And as a result, it is there for all to see. The people of Guyana will not see any change in high prices and sufferings unless they return the APNU-AFC to office. Mr. Speaker, as the painstaking 5 hours of disappointment and government stinginess went on, it got worse for the working people of this country. There was no submission for job creation. Rather, the Minister of Finance used this important forum to spout political rhetoric befitting a street corner gaffe or a rally. Mr. Speaker, the working class people of this nation were forced to listen to propaganda of the highest degree. Some had to pinch themselves and to ask if this honorable man was speaking about Guyana. This is what happens when you see you're isolated from the sufferings and hardship of poor people. They cannot feel the pressure. They have no clue what hunger feels like. Mr. Speaker, the members on that side of the House, in their Armani suits and Gucci shades, living fat off of taxpayers, cannot feel what we are feeling. Hence, they begin to sound like their minister with responsibility for finance. The honorable member daringly declared that democracy has prevailed. I'm wondering where. This level of delusion needs clinical treatment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of this nation had their will to return the APNU-AFC government to office for a second term, but that was snatched from them and they were bullied into accepting an installed regime. Please be reminded, Mr. Speaker, in his report, which led to a declaration, which in turn gave rise to the 12th Parliament, the Chief Elections Officer stated, in accordance with Article 177(2)(b and it says, it is worth restating that Order 60 of 2020 revealed that the numerical count of the ballots cast for each list of candidates does not reflect the will of the elector. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the members on the other side of the House must know the reports and statistics are not going anywhere. And some of these are valid ballots changed to rejected ballots. Rejected ballots changed to valid ballots. Electors voting with oaths of identity not listed on the list of electors. Extra ballot papers without the prerequisite documentation. Ballot boxes not sealed or improperly sealed. Missing poll books. Unstamped ballots. 47 ballot boxes from polling station in the sub-district of the east coast of Demerara with no documentation. Honorable Member Anil Nandalal, 11,566 votes were allocated to the 9 list of candidates, and that's impossible. Voter impersonation all over the regions. According to the Chief Elections Officer, 36% of the votes cast at elections 2020 were affected by voters' impersonation. Numerous electors who were out of the country on elections day miraculously voted. This was confirmed by the Chief Elections Officer. Mr. Speaker, documents from the General Registrar's Office confirmed that numerous deceased persons voted. Therefore, they continue to lace this regime continue to lace the nation with untruth and propaganda on elections 2020. I urge, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to urge my good comrades on that side of the House to change your ways, to repent first and change your ways and be guided by the sage of the words of Proverbs 12:19, which says, truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. Mr. Speaker, no amount of rhetoric can wash away the stench of what occurred at the March 2020 elections. Ballot boxes without statutory documents will never represent democracy. In their homes, poor people in their homes, with bills over their heads and high food prices, Guyanese were forced to listen to a presentation that was on the other side of truth. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that the David Granger administration won the 2020 elections, but they were bullied out of office by big geopolitical interests, and that is a fact. Mr. Speaker, while this budget engages our attention, we must not forget that 1 year ago, the honorable member came to this House with a budget titled A Path to Recovery, Economic Dynamism and Resilience. We can all agree that 1 year later, instead of economic dynamism, we got starvation and economic damnation. Instead of resilience, the Guyanese people got the high food prices and nothing but pressure, 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 and more pressure. Budget 2021 has left barbers, hairdressers, taxi drivers, vendors, fishermen, laborers, tour operators, airline workers, and more bawling and crying for help. Where are the 50,000 jobs which Budget 2021 promised? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, after the failures of Budget 2021, it is reasonable to expect that this budget will not follow in the same path of the PPPC's promises and failure. If Budget 2021 resulted in tennis roll and plantain prices rising by almost 500%, it is frightening to think, Mr. Speaker, about what will happen by August of this year. The people of this country are estimating that a bag of 5 tennis rolls might reach $500 by September. Mr. Speaker, there is no chance for the poor and ordinary people under the yoke of the installed administration. Mr. Speaker, the people are now looking to the APNU-AFC coalition to rescue the situation. And sir, we stand ready. So I say to my folks out there, I say to the Guyanese people, get your ID cards and stand by. Your alternative government stands ready to return this country to the glory years from 2015 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is not a back-to-work budget. This is a back-to-the-pressure budget. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the state of labor. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 continues with the same theme that encompassed the other two budgets: over-promising and under-delivering. This time around, there is the boast of the biggest budget ever. Mr. Speaker, the 2021 budget was supposed to end all the suffering. But what were the results? More suffering. According to the Guyana Labor Force Survey of 2021, the unemployment rate was 15.6%. an increase of almost 3% from the rate in 2020. In the same report, youth employment is listed at 31.4%, an increase by 1.2% from its 2020 rate. Mr. Speaker, one wonders whether the folks on this side of the House and their elite friends really do understand what these numbers mean. People are not working, and there is no source of income in many households across this country. But sir, I know that it is difficult for the members on that side of the House to understand the situation from the standpoint of their champagne and stake life. But sir, I must admit, things tight. Budget 2022 does not speak to this labor crisis. According to the United Nations and Civil Defense Commission's report titled Socioeconomic Impact Assessment of COVID-19 on Households in Guyana, in a survey of 1,200 persons, it says 22% have skipped meals since the pandemic. Added to this,
we are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down.
convention.
We ain't giving up.
See, my grandson is just texting me, asking me if we have blackout at Parliament.
Here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one rice. Not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice. Not a blade of grass.
You can continue now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Added to this, some are spending 60% of their income on food. 52% have gone into their savings. Is the installed regime reading these reports? Is the minister with responsibility for finance paying attention to the carnage taking place? There is no more hope for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Labor. Sir, this budget themed, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building one Guyana, is dubbed again as the biggest budget with a whooping 552.9 billion allocation. But these allocations will fall on the sword of inflation and skyrocketing prices. For example, the allocation of 25,000 Guyana dollars, Because We Care grant, will not make much difference in the long-term lives of the people. It will provide for a temporary little stretch, Mr. Speaker, a temporary little stretch, but it cannot be compared to a program such as the 5 Bs, boats, buses, bicycles, breakfast, and books. That is a program that can transform the lives of people. This money will go to the purchase of a few small items from the community shops. We urge the people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, to take this money because it's theirs. But on the issue of transforming lives, these crumbs, these little frick, cannot affect the suffering of the people. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most anti-poor and anti-working class budget to have been tabled in this honorable House over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, a cursory glance at this hastily scrambled document would reveal undeniable intent to reward the haves and to punish the have-nots. The intellectual authors who concocted this wanton assault on the working class did not even attempt to hide their attack. The only way to transform lives is to increase the wages and salary of the people, not to offer handouts here and there and there. But this installed regime, Mr. Speaker, would be well advised to follow the path of the APNU AFC government that we had in 2015 to 2020. You would recall, Mr. Speaker, that on January 29th, 2016, the former Minister of Finance, the Honorable Winston Jordan, presented Budget 2016 to this House. It was entitled Stimulating Growth, Restoring Growth, The Good Life Beckons. On November 28, 2016, this House received another budget for the fiscal year 2017, which carried the title, A Diversified Green Economy, Delivering the Good Life to All Guyanese. In November of 2017, we presented The Journey to the Good Life Continues for the fiscal year 2018. For the fiscal year 2019, we presented Transforming the Economy, Empowering People, Building Sustainable Communities for the Good Life. In doing so, the minimum wage was increased by 61.74% from $39,570 in 2015 to $55,000 in 2016, and public servants were guaranteed interest in every budget presented. We have demonstrated that we would always present a people-centered budget, and we stand ready to rescue the people from this beating that they are receiving. Mr. Speaker, co-op societies. The only way for the people of Guyana to benefit equitably from the oil wealth is to change the fundamentals of this economy. Mr. Speaker, and while the honorable member over there is shouting and heckling, I wish to remind him, Mr. Speaker, that I don't watch a nobody, man. I got my own house and land. Mr. Speaker, the only way for the people of Guyana to benefit equitably from the oil wealth is to change the fundamentals of this economy. And this cannot be done only through equality. It has to be done through equity. There's a big difference, Mr. Speaker, one which I doubt the members on that side of the House can appreciate and understand. There is no point passing a local content bill when the people lack the equity necessary to compete and access the opportunities that may arise. Sir, in this regard, some people who like to hold waiters and bring water and coconut water, co-op societies presented a structure for equity to realize in this country. To that end, sir, it is sad that Budget 2022 did not even see it fit to make any significant mention or program for the resuscitation of co-op societies. As you know, sir, co-ops can serve as the engine of growth for any village economy and provide the kind of transformative economic empowerment that cannot be easily matched. This is the avenue through which the small man can become a real person. This cannot be achieved through handouts. Handouts are not transformative, and anyone who doesn't understand this should not be in the seat of government. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that the APNU AFC government encouraged the expansion of co-op societies. Mr. Speaker, the David Granger administration launched 4 new models of co-ops with funding from the Caribbean Development Bank as part of a rural agricultural infrastructure development program. In 2019, thrift societies were reintroduced in the schools at both primary and secondary levels to rekindle the spirit of cooperativism. Added to this, we worked closely with the United Nations through UNDP to ensure that the practice of co-ops are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and this led to the creation of 1,268 co-ops under our watch. This is what real transformation looks like. Not handout here and handout there, but real programs that can lead to significant social mobility. But it seems, Mr. Speaker, that we're asking for too much from this installed regime that is bent on ruling for a few. It seems, sir, that we are here crying in the desert, barking at a flying bird or chasing the wind. There can be no people-centered budget under this regime. The people of Guyana will not see any change in the high prices and sufferings until they return the APNU AFC coalition to government. Mr. Speaker, occupational health and safety, that is a sore issue. But Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 offers nothing significant on occupational health and safety. This follows in the same footsteps of the previous budgets. Guyanese workers continue to suffer under uncaring companies that are only concerned about profits and possess little care for their workers. And Mr. Speaker, I don't blame them. Because if this is what our own gift to us, death of a teacher, no compassion, teachers' quarters in Upper Mass. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we see all of this that our own is giving to us, what do we expect to get from the foreigners? It's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to us in this House that at that time, nobody could have anticipated that years after the game-changing legislation, that the nation's most precious workers, our teachers, would receive zero protection from this government. The tears of teachers and their kids are on you, every one of you over there. The nation's tears are on you. And this government, and particularly the Ministry of Labor, they are upset and they have no clue how to deal with our workers. Could you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that this Ministry of Labor that we have here now, instead of working with the teachers' union and trying to mitigate issues, the minister stands there to send out a threat to our teachers. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Labor, this ministry was created to respect the people of Guyana, to respect the workers of Guyana, but the Minister of Labor, I'm convinced, he has no spine to confront his colleagues on the other side. Mr. Speaker, a specific program.
Honorable members, we need an extension for you to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Let's move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to continue so she could conclude. Go ahead, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, we are not surprised that the biggest budget in the history of this nation has not provided a specific program to ensure that our teachers receive adequate occupational health and safety and protection. There is no reasonable justification for forcing teachers to remain in the classroom when the highly Omicron variant is spreading and killing at will. Mr. Speaker, reports have shown over 500 of our teachers contracted COVID, and most of them at their workplaces. Over 685 students and pupils would have contracted COVID, and what did we receive? Absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say, since August 2020, Guyana has never been the same. It seems as if there's a dark cloud that continues to hover permanently over the affairs of this nation. Death and despair has returned. Hope has been replaced by hopelessness. Prosperity has been transformed into economic carnage. Things were bright then, now things are tight. Inflation is everywhere. Food prices continue to rise and will not stop. And this is not a global phenomenon, Mr. Speaker. It is a PPP's phenomenon. This installed regime has no answers, and they are not interested in finding answers. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022, as we see it, will bring more trips for Dubai for the ruling elite and crumbs for the poor and working class people. And it is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that the only solution for the people of this country lies with the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you in closing, finally, that we on this side of the House will not support Budget 2022 in that form because it doesn't cater for the poor and working class people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Lee Williams, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I sat in this House for the past 2 days, I've listened to the members on the opposite side that comes to the House to speak about nothing, but they speak about their track record. Mr. Speaker, the person who spoke just before me is delusional. Very delusional. She spoke about Upper Mazoni Teachers Quarter in bad condition. Mr. Speaker, that is the track record of APNU AFC between 2015 to 2020, before we took office. And we have to fix that, Mr. Speaker. We will fix the damage that you have put in Upper Mazoni, APNU AFC, when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on Budget 2022, but before I can go further, let me at this time commend the competent minister within the Office of the President responsible for Finance, Honorable Ashley Kumar Singh, and staff of the Ministry of Finance, and also competent ministers in various ministries and staff in bringing this People's Budget, Center Budget 2022 to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to debate for the last 2 days from the Honorable members of the House on the opposition side, who speaks of budgets of no substance, no value, clueless relatively to Budget 2022. Mr. Speaker, the opposition, APNU AFC, as I speak now, sits in this House as passengers with no driver, no captain. I can even go further to say that they are left at the orphanage, fatherless and motherless. Mr. Speaker, the members on the other side seems to have a reading and mathematics problem. They cannot understand the content of this budget 2022. They cannot understand the content of this budget 22. The budget is too big. They cannot call the figures. They all get mixed up with US Guyana dollars. They all get mixed up with US Guyana dollars. They find all kinds of excuses that they were given 2 working days to examine this budget 2022. But Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the members on the other side that this PPPC government is a caring 24/7 government to make sure the needs of the people are met. Mr. Speaker, honorable members on the other side spoke volumes of speeches describing the budget, the biggest and the worst. But I want to remind the opposition on the other side that the worst record we have in the Guyana Parliament history is the leader of the opposition who resigned as a leader of the opposition just before hours competent Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashley, can present Guyana's biggest and historic $552.9 billion budget to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, Team Steadfast Against Challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana, speaks of itself. We, the PPPC government, is prepared to stand steadfast against all challenges, whether it be COVID, flood, or even the opposition APNU, the new variant in this country, who attempt to undermine the developmental agenda in voting against Amerindian development budget in 2020, interrupting the consideration of 2021 budget, and interrupting the Natural Resource Fund Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, the opposition APNU AFC has a record of cutting budget but adding new taxes in Guyana to Guyanese citizens. Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition side come to this House with the aim of dividing Guyanese population, where almost all the speakers who spoke for the last 2 days before me stated that 50% of the population belongs to them. But let me make it clear, Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party civic government is for all Guyanese, one Guyana, regardless of your gender, religion, ethnicity, and affiliation. We are one Guyana government. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is a landmark for building Guyana's future. When the history of our country shall have been written, the future generation will consider that 2022 was the year in which Guyana's great transformation began. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the question frequently asked about our PPPC manifesto. I have in my hand here our manifesto, our plan for prosperity, one country, one people, one future. It's a plan for 2020 to 2025 and not an annual plan. However, the People's Progressive Party Civic, led by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Arfan Ali and Prime Minister retired Brigadier and former Chief of Staff Honorable Mark Phillip, has already delivered to the Guyanese population its commitment within short 18 months. Mr. Speaker, we, the PPPC in 2020, restored school children cash grant to $15,000 per child and $4,000 uniform allowance to all public school children, and extended to private school children. And because we care, we increased the school children cash grant in 2022 to $25,000 and $5,000 uniform allowance. And so, Mr. Speaker, $30,000 per child will go directly to their pocket for all Guyanese children. Mr. Speaker, opposition members on the other side of this House is so concerned about the pensioners. But Mr. Speaker, lest we forget that the same APNU AFC government who now trying to show concern for the pensioners increased pension for the elderly by $1,000 in 2019. But Mr. Speaker, as soon as we came into this office, we increased the pension to $25,000 plus the $25,000 one-off cash grant for the elderly people of this country, and now to $28,000 in less than 2 years. And because we care, we will do more, as stated in our 2020-2025, a plan for prosperity. Mr. Speaker, again, on the opposite side, spoke about budget cut in certain regions controlled by APNU AFC. But Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that Region 7, controlled by APNU AFC, have seen major developmental projects ever done before. School Belt and Dark Point, Isano, Ramadan, Kurutuku, Teachers Quarter in Perima, Health Facility in Bartica, Camera and Batavia Health Centers, Doctors Quarter in Bartica, were all undertaken by the PPPC government. Mr. Speaker, the budget speaks of road and bridges. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that the bridges at 70, 72, 73 miles and Batavia Road, Cameron to Ramadan, that was ignored by APNU AFC, was done by the PPP civic government while in office. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the Honorable House that the Amerindian development is on the move in all Amerindian villages. Presidential grant have been increasing by the PPC government. Village economic grant ranging from 5 million to 15 million was a booster shock to Amerindian villages economy. And so, Mr. Speaker, if I go on and on, my time allotted to me will be exhausted. So I move on to water. Mr. Speaker, as we know, water is life. Again, in our manifesto, the PPC plan to improve access to and enhance quality of great water system in the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, as I speak now, the residents of Kamrang and Jawala, where my honorable member Don Hastings resides in, she can attest to that, now enjoy the flows of water in their yard under the PPPC government. And in 2022, Mr. Speaker, 994.5 million is budgeted under Hinterland Water Supply Program, which will make provision for the new water supply system to be installed at Warwata, Philippi, Iseneru, and Tasurin in Region 7. What a caring PPPC government we have. Mr. Speaker, air transportation is very critical in the hinterland villages, especially Region 7 and 8, where they rely on aircraft to transport their basic food and medical supplies into their villages. And so, as I speak now, Mr. Speaker, there are food items and medical supplies lying at the airport but cannot be transported due to airstrip condition. Mr. Speaker, these airstrips were reported to the Honorable Patterson as a subject minister, but he failed to improve those airstrips. Mr. Speaker, today I want to commend the Ministry of Public Works for allocating $600 million for upgrading 4 airstrip interland communities, Iterumbang, Caris Sparrow, Ikeraku Bottom, and Purima, that will improve the lives of Amerindian people, minors, and Medivac on emergency cases. Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition keep their eye on oil money, but they forget that they are the ones who interrupt the passage of Natural Resource Fund Bill on the 29th December 2021, but were unsuccessful. The NRF bill is a bill paving the way for all Guyanese to be beneficiaries of the NRF. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC seems to be worried and troubled because they know that the PPPC government will do more and will continue to do more for the people of Guyana. And they very well know that they will remain in their rightful seat as opposition. Mr. Speaker, Guyanese are confident that Guyana is in rightful place under the stewardship of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Arfan Ali and his government. Mr. Speaker, Guyanese benefited more from cash transfers other than Caribbean countries. This is a World Bank report, Mr. Speaker. Household in Guyana has received cash transfer to cushion the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and a new World Bank record report has found that the cash transfer provided in Guyana were much more than several other Caribbean countries. Mr. Speaker, on data by the World Bank, Guyana is the 3rd highest government in the group of countries studied. Mr. Speaker, Guyanese are in a safe place, and the PPPC government will continue to provide services to all Guyanese population without discrimination. Mr. Speaker, let me further put on this record. Caribbean countries largely dependent on exporting goods and providing services like tourism have been beset by COVID-19 pandemic. However, Mr. Speaker, Caribbean Development Bank is projecting greater economic recovery with the new oil producer Guyana leading the region's economic growth. This projected outturn is dominant by Guyana. Growth in Guyana is projected to be massive at 47.5%. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I close here, I want to support the $552.9 billion budget is the people's budget, and it is for all Guyanese. One Guyana is for all Guyanese, even it's for members on the other side. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I notice the signal is down again. Great, you're up. Our next contributor is the Honorable Member, Ms. Maureen, Philadelphia. Honorable Member, you may proceed. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to Budget 2022. But I want to first thank the staff of the Ministry of Finance who would have worked tirelessly to ensure the completion of this budget document. And I say a special thank you, Mr. Speaker, because I recognize their value. Sir, I want to look at a few comments made by honorable members of the other side. Honorable Fazil Jafrali spoke of Guyana being the breadbasket of the Caribbean. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, it was the PPPC who destroyed that legacy built by Lyndon Forbes, Samson Burnham, the founder of the PNC, a visionary. During their 23 years in government and carried this country into an impoverished state. In fact, they are referred to as Punish Poor People Party. Mr. Speaker, it was a member of the PPPC who once said he wished there's an outbreak in Georgetown. Well, Georgetown has been referred to as the garbage city. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kwame McCoy spoke of call centers being closed in Region 10, but I wish to remind the Honorable Member it was the PPPC that closed Bertram Collins College. It was the PPPC that withdrew support from night schools. It was the PPPC, sir, that cut subvention from other institutions. Yes, it was the PPPC. As a matter of fact, Chair, 30 community health workers were dismissed from Region 4. And here they come, crying foul as if they are the innocent ones. Yes, look in the mirror. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, took pain to outline to us communities that receive flood relief. But what he did not disclose was the money received by one person of those communities as against others of the same community and other communities. Sir, I wonder if the criteria used to provide those flood reliefs are the same criteria used that provided $250,000 to the sugar workers, which was said here, the criteria then is care, compassion, and love. What is even more worrying, sir, the Honorable Minister is responsible for Gaisuko, and he said little or nothing about that sector during its 30 minutes deliberation. And I'm quite certain, sir, before the end of this year, the Honorable Member will come once again asking for increase for Gaisuko, like was done in the previous years. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I will not allow myself to be burdened by the fallacies of those who seek to portray themselves as apostles and pastors. Dream on. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the budget debate, which was presented to this noble house by the senior minister within the office of the president with responsibility for finance on January 26, 2022. Mr. Speaker, this budget was presented under the theme Steadfast Against All Challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. I do believe it is not by accident this theme was chosen, but rather, Mr. Speaker, it is the intent of the PPPC to continue along the path of providing chicken feed and peanut to our working class people in this country. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, men and women in uniform, teachers, nurses, doctors, sweeper cleaners, etc., waited anxiously to see what's in the budget for them. But sad to say, an uncaring group of people once again shattered their hopes. The budget has not only added frustration and depression to our nation, but it further seeks to maintain the economic hardship and widen the gap between the super rich and filthy poor. Mr. Speaker, I try to dissect phrases. I recognize the word steadfast, and I also realize it to be loyal, committed, devoted, dedicated, and even dependable. What the senior minister and the installed PPPC has said to the Guyanese people in this 2022 budget, hold a strain, the worst is yet to come. Hakuna Matata. Yes, Mr. Speaker, disrespectful and discriminatory to the working class of people in this country. Against all challenges, 3 budgets, one that speaks to economic dynamism, another building our one Guyana. In the rise of COVID, nothing to ease the economic hardship and other social issues brought to bear. In fact, all the PPPC government is concerned about is siphoning off the patrimony of this country to their friends and supporters, while the small man, yes, the real man, continues to see hopelessness and despair. Is this the oneness and one Guyana of which we speak? Certainly not. Your attitude says the direct opposite. One would have thought, Mr. Speaker, that the feedback after 18 months, this budget would have been people-centered. Mr. Speaker, the phrase one Guyana is being used by all the members of the other side. But it's worrying to see how this one Guyana is being realized. When there's the continuing dictatorial and discriminatory practices of senior government officials and their cronies being used to control every aspect which lends itself to lifting all Guyanese out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to region number 4. The Honorable Member Vince Roy Jordan would have used a broad brush as he outlined to us what has happened in all the regions of Guyana. and so I will focus my attention on some specific issues. It's a travesty, sir, to see how the One Guyana is demonstrated for this region when the elected officials by the people and for the people were locked out of a process which determined what is in the budget for them. But let me tell you, sir, the Honorable Nigel Daramlal, Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, was warned in this very house to be mindful of the legacy he will leave behind and not to return this country to a green and red state. But tell you what, the same thing has continued. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at a term that would have been used some time back and coin it to modern day language. You can take a pig out of the mud, dress it up in Gucci, drove it in Lamborghini to the most exotic places, provided with the most expensive meals and all of that. But say what? That pig will drive that vehicle down in the mud because that is what the pig is accustomed to. The pig will remain a pig. Whether you give it lipstick or you give it lip gloss, it will remain a pig. That's the characteristics of pigs. Sir, I am not surprised by the action portrayed by the region, for the region and municipality that is not controlled by the PPPC. These regions are being discriminated and marginalized against. It's a shame to know the most populated region is seen as insignificant to the people who are asking us to be resolute in building One Guyana. Sir, the office of the regional chairman and the mayor of Georgetown continue to be disrespected, even though they continuously ask to be allowed to do their job without interference. Worst, Mr. Speaker, the regional chairman office of region number 4, the largest region, was provided with least funding, with this largest budget that is being touted in an oil booming economy. As a matter of fact, what was received by Region 4 is a decrease from last year and the other years. Add to that, Mr. Speaker, $3 million were given as subvention to the Neighborhood Democratic Council. When the coalition took government in 2015, these subventions were increased from $3 million to $5 million. Sir, the management of that sum has now been taken away from the RDC and placed back in the hands of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, who dictate how that money is to be spent. Is this how we promote One Guyana? When we want to manage and control things from the center, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to councillors of the NDCs along the East Coast and East Bank corridors, and stories given to you are the same. They said, and I quote, "We cannot do what we have to do for the citizens because we are controlled and confined to what the office of the minister wants us to do." End of quote. Sir, those subvention was used for capital works, bridges, patching of roads, even purchasing of machinery, tractor, trailer, etc. But here we have that daddy who is saying to the elected officials they must purchase street lights and or aggregate, and also dictate how much of that money is to be spent on what? Like my colleague, Honorable Mike Paul said, the light on my phone is brighter than those $35,000 light. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to healthcare services.
Honorable member, before you can turn your attention there, we will need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, honorable member. You may proceed to conclude.
I now turn my attention to healthcare services, Mr. Speaker. These services were boosted under the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, in the rise of COVID, we recognize that there's a couple of things need to be changed. Mr. Speaker, I would have visited with Tamara, who would have gone to Paradise testing site to be tested. Mr. Chair, Tamara said to me she got there at 7:30, waited on 9:30 for services to be provided to her. 11 o'clock, Mr. Chair, Tamara was still there waiting. Mr. Chair, because of time constraint, and I only have 5 minutes at hand, I wish to point to another area. I stopped to grab a couple of bags of food for my dogs. There, Mr. Speaker, I interacted with the saleswoman who told me her name was Sunita. Sunita had 3 children there by her side. As the conversation ensued, I learned that Miss Sunita was also employed as a sweeper cleaner. She said as a single parent, in order to be able to send her children to school and adequately provide for them, she had to revert to alternative means of sustenance. This, sir, moved me, and I salute her with both hands. A strong woman, a mother who is willing to give her best to her children in spite of the economic hardship being faced. I heard of the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa rant and rave about dog food sellers. May I remind him, it was Sunita who said to me she preferred to sell dog food rather than to be selling cocaine and her name go down in the statistics of Guyana. As a matter of fact, she also said to me she applied for public assistance since January of 2021, and to date she has not received any feedback. Is this the one Guyana we talk about? As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I bring to you real experiences faced by citizens of this land, which has resulted from the economic hardship that brought to bear. And I say to you, sir, because of this and other reasons, time did not permit me to give you all the facts I have here. And so, sir, I will not support this budget since it did not prepare and cater for the real issues and needs of the small man. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Our next speaker is the honorable member, Ms. Bagmati Veerasan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, please allow me to congratulate the Honorable Dr. Ashni Singh, Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, who delivered so eloquently Budget 2022, describing the PPP Civic's vision for Guyana under the theme, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. Sir, this budget is entrenched in the PPP Civic Manifesto. It's a promise kept to the Guyanese people, withstanding who they are, where they are, or where they live. Mr. Speaker, as we forge ahead to implement the transformational agenda outlined in Budget 2022, we know there will be many challenges, but as a team, we are stronger together. We will stand resolute and we will work to build our one Guyana for every Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize the hard work of the staff at the Ministry of Finance and the staff from all governmental agencies across Guyana responsible for preparation of their agencies' budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, I must rebut to a few half-truths, half-lies, and misleading information that has been peddled in this House in the last couple of days. Mr. Speaker, it boggles one's mind, why would intelligent people who are elected officials in this country, who stand at the helm of 700 or 800,000 other people who look up to you, and you come here telling these people, I am representing you, but in order for me to do that, I must lie. I must spin the truth. I must weave this concoction of information.
Did I hear lie earlier? You have to withdraw that.
Sir, the concoction of the truth in our society is something that we ought not to do as legislators. Sir, we are people, when we walk in our communities, people look up to us and they look to us for leadership. When one does not read the budget presentation that was given to us in this beautifully prepared documentation, one cannot blame ourselves for ignorance. Sir, if one reads the budget, one will see that there are going to be 6 new brand hospitals that will be built across this country. Whom do you think that the 6 hospitals are going to serve? It is going to serve the ordinary man, woman, and child. It is going to serve the young and the old, and in between. It is going to provide health care for all of us, so we do not have to run to the Georgetown Public Hospital to seek medical help. How can we stand in this house or sit in this house and forget that that APLU AFC government in 2015-2020 rented a house and paid $12.5 million, and when the time came, it was proven that not a single tablet was stored in that house. Check the amount of money it would have probably refurbished or built a couple new health centers around the country. Mr. Speaker, COVID cash grant given to every household in this country, yet a legislator come here and spin the truth and producing lists that there are people who did not get the COVID cash grant. Or what is the list doing in her hands, and why was this list not given to the Minister of Finance so it could have been fixed in a timely manner? Where is the truth in that? Where is the representation in that? That particular MP should not be in this house because they did not represent the people they're supposed to represent. and to spin this, sir, to make it look like it is a racial thing and only one kind of people are getting certain benefits and the other kind, well then you have the right to go and tell your people all the benefits that is going to come out from this budget, let your supporters don't take any. Sir, we sat here again so many times and we heard about how much Linden has been left aside, discarded. Sir, well, I am surprised because if they had loved the Linden people so much, then they would have not allowed Rousseau to close its doors and thousands of workers would have been thrown on the breadline. They would have not closed the call centers and they would have not thrown about 400 persons out of their jobs. Mr. Speaker, we love the people in Linden much more, and we will continue to work with the people in Linden, and the people in Linden is going to vote for us more and more come 2025. Mr. Speaker, this budget was labeled by so many names that, and not one of them were names that I want to repeat. But I want to say, sir, for 4 years, I was an MP, I was a legislator sitting in this parliament, and I, from 2016 downwards, sat and listened to Winston Jordan, the then Minister of Finance, present budgets. Mr. Speaker, you know the most important thing that was missing from the budgets? Women. Women, sir, 50% and over of this population in Guyana are women, and there was nothing in those budgets for women, and we called him out many, many times on it. Mr. Speaker, I declare today that the People's Progressive Party Civic is in the driver's seat of this government, and it will take this country to prosperity. We promise that in our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, people have the audacity to come into this house after trying to rig an elections in front of local and international television, in front of local and international television, rig an elections, try to install a dictatorship. Well, Mr. Speaker, there is a democracy that is here, and it is going to stay here, and the people of this country is going to work very hard to make sure that dictatorship is never going to take hold of the reins of this country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote from the Honorable Minister, and this is what he said. Budget 2022 is the third budget that this People's Progressive Party civic government is submitting to this Honorable House in its current term of office. It comes to this House merely 8 months since the culmination of the epic struggle to defend democracy that was waged for 5 months following the unforgettable March 2020 elections. History now records it indelibly, that struggle to secure the triumph of democracy over dictatorship and safeguard the supremacy of the will of the people. Over 18 months that have elapsed since democracy prevailed. Pessimism has been replaced by optimism. Lethargy has made way for energy. Superficiality has made way for substance and pomp. And pageantry have made way for humility and hard work. That is what the 33 people who are sitting here, sir, represent. Humility and hard work. Mr. Speaker, Guyanese people are intelligent people. They can only be fooled some of the time, not all the time. Guyanese people realize that APNU AFC promises of a good life between 2015 and 2020 were a fallacy, sir. Can you remember that in the Coalition 2018 budget, the Minister of Finance, after promising a good life in all his previous budgets, told this House that he never said that APNU AFC will deliver the good life in the first 5 years in government? Mr. Speaker, that was a good life, not a promise of a good life. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 heralds in a new era, the era of oil and gas. It's a pathway for development, for expansion, a pathway through which the plans and projections will transform Guyana beyond our imagination. And more importantly, sir, no taxes were imposed on the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, records show that the coalition increased salaries of public servants during its tenure. This was welcomed by all. But, sir, the more than 200 taxes and fees that were imposed on Guyanese took back those increases in a very sneaky manner. In reality, Guyanese were poorer. Sir, can you remember the 14% VAT imposed on all zero-rated items, such as stationery and school items, drugs and medical supplies, electricity, water, internet, and food? Sir, food. And when I think about the VAT on food, I get catapulted right back into the 80s when there was no food on the tables of people. When the police used to come and take your whole pot away when you cook potato curry because you have a wedding. That is what they want to have here again. It will never happen. Sir, no one was spared. Mothers paid 14% VAT on milk for their babies and 14% VAT on school supplies for their children. And worse than that, sir, Guyanese had to pay 14% VAT on drugs and medical supplies because they dared to get sick. Sir, can you imagine if we didn't remove VAT from medical supplies in this COVID environment in which we live? Sir, the PPP Civic in its 20 and 21 budgets restored taxes and fees to pre-2015 levels. Those budgets returned more than $50 billion in disposable income in the pockets of people, and 2022 budget continues in the same vein. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in 2021, because we care, the PPP civic government made a one-off cash grant of $250,000 to sugar workers who were callously discarded from their jobs like old rags by APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, everybody's groaning about that $250,000. Well, I would like to say this, sir, that for hundreds of years, Guyanese, the economy of Guyana stand on the back of sugar. And if we as taxpayers can reimburse some of that money into sugar to make it once again a viable entity, then I do not see the problem with that. Mr. Speaker, we all listen to the responses of sugar workers and their families. Did APNU AFC heard of their untold economic suffering? How they could not have sent their children to school? Did they ever look backwards to see how the men were emasculated when they couldn't provide their family with money, clothing, rent, medical, or any other thing? Did they do that, sir? Of course not. Mr. Speaker, all workers across the government structure received a 7% increase in salary retroactive to January 2021. And sir, further, the tax threshold was increased from $65,000 to $75,000. Sir, 2021, December month, workers got an increase. But you're not hearing them say anything that with the threshold, that the workers also got an increase in their wages, because those taxes are now left in their pockets. Sir, when the People's Progressive Party make a promise, believe me, we will fulfill it. We will not stand here and promise the people of a good life. We will work 24/7 to ensure that the people get a good life. That is what we will do. Sir, I would like to congratulate the ministers in the Ministry of Housing and Water for achieving the PPP Civic Manifesto target of 10,000 house lots in 2021. Mr. Speaker. Many of those persons are busy applying for bank loans to build their dream homes. Mr. Speaker, I come from a family of construction people, and I'll tell you what they said to me. They said that it takes a minimum of 5 people to build a house, 3 skilled workers and 2 laborers. Sir, I don't have to go far to do mathematics. I learned this in Prep A and Prep B. If I were to multiply 10,000 by 5, the PPP already achieved 50,000 workers jobs for 2022. They already did that. And that is simple mathematics, multiplication.
Honorable member, the simple math, however, is that you need an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the honourable member to be given 5 minutes more to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, honorable member. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, because we care, the PPP Civic will fulfill its promises of the 50,000 house lots in the next 3.5 years. Sir, all aspiring homeowners will be given a house lot. Sir, when we speak about infrastructure, our country, about our country and its infrastructure, I can imagine that when I go overseas and I look at places and I admire it, I always look backward and I say, why can't my country look like that? Well, now I have a vision in my mind what my Guyana is going to look like in the near future. Sir, building roads and bridges will not only improve communication between and among hinterland and coastland communities, it will beautify our country. It will save time, and time, sir, is money. Mr. Speaker, this investment will also create more jobs for our people. Sir, jobs created will put money in the pockets of our people. And again, we will achieve more than those 50,000 jobs that we have promised our people. Mr. Speaker, 2022 budget has a hefty sum allocated to the Ministry of Education. Every single parent I've spoken to so far, and this includes APNU AFC supporters, sir, welcome the increase in Because We Care cash grant and school uniform voucher, which is now going to be 30,000 per child. Parents welcome the support of the textbooks in school for their children. Parents further welcome the proposal of the school feeding program. Sir, when money is not spent by families to buy books and so on, mothers have more disposable income on hands to buy essentials for their families. Mr. Speaker, the section of our population that is most vulnerable are our elders. They give us life, they worked hard, they educate us, and they made us into the people who we are, and they do not need much from us. They just need us to pay attention to them, offer them love and some time. Sir, my colleagues on the opposite side in the past few days made all kinds of representation for our elders and their needs. Mr. Speaker, I would like the pension of our elders to be increased too, but what happened to AFC, APNU AFC in their 5 years of tenure? This is what they did, sir. And this is what I would like to remind the House. Sir, they callously took away the water and electricity subsidy from our elders. They forced our elders to pay 14% VAT on that water and electricity on top of everything. And sir, they imposed 14% VAT on the internet. So many of our elders are internet savvy and they know to use the internet and they use the social media to keep contact with friends and families. And this they were robbed of, sir. Can you remember, sir, that this 14% VAT was also imposed on medicine and medical supplies? Our elders are people who use more medication than anybody else, and they went and put VAT on those medications, and they come here and talk about elders. Sir, the People's Progressive Party Civic has removed that 14% VAT on almost all those things that I spoke about. And don't forget, sir, we give the elders $25,000 for the Christmas, a one-off cash grant. Sir, I would like to say that I'm very pleased with the projection in our healthcare system. Sir, giving $600,000 to people who are on dialysis, sir, that's an ace. I want to commend the Minister of Finance. I want to commend the PPP civic government for keeping the people at heart of everything that they do, sir. Sir, the PPP civic government is known to remove hurdles from the path of women and girls. And since 1992, we have been doing it. We have passed some of the most modern legislation. We even changed the Constitution of Guyana in 2001 to make sure that women can enter this assembly here. 1/3 of the candidates on any list that contest the elections are women. Sir, before I close, I must touch on the gold scholarship. Sir, there was a time when we had to go to national service before we could get a tertiary education. Today, sir, the PPP civic government made it possible that a girl child can sit in the luxury of her home and she can be educated because internet is available. And sir, that is what the People's Progressive Party Civic is all about. Sir, I commend this budget for approval by this House. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I now call on Dr. Nicolette Henry to make her presentation and again to apologize to her for the announcement just prior to the suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I am pleased to fulfill my sacred duty as a member of this honorable House in making my contribution to the 2022 budget debate. I pray for the day when our women and girls can be treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. I refuse to be silenced. I begin my presentation, of course, by thanking the many public servants and other stakeholders who contributed to putting this budget together. And I continue to give thanks to Almighty God for this beautiful gift of life, for health, strength, and the opportunity to serve the people of Guyana. In my presentation today, Mr. Speaker, I will touch on the programs and initiatives in the education sector being advanced by the government of Guyana. I will propose the coalition's recommendations on how these can be adapted to better deliver to the needs of all of our learners, thereby improving performance across all levels. Mr. Speaker, most notably absent in this year's budget is the mention of any specific intervention to address the learning losses brought on by the pandemic. I don't know anyone who would agree that a disruption to the education system occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic would have created learning gaps that absolutely need to be bridged. Unprecedented times, Mr. Speaker, calls for unprecedented solutions. The routine of the past, as captured in the 2022 budget, is unlikely to be adequate. I have to say that a structured, thoughtful approach to covering missed content and providing interventions and remediations will help our students catch up. And I believe carefully managing resources will also help to fuel that effort. Mr. Speaker, in looking at Budget 2022, I noticed headlines such as improved school building infrastructure, improving access through cash grants, textbooks, science kits, etc. And these are routine measures which are important and which we are accustomed to here in Guyana, but which by themselves cannot provide the transformational shifts required to rebound the sector, especially during and after the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, from the numerous analyses done locally and beyond, a number of areas were identified as requiring interventions in order for Guyana to have an effective human capital development effort that would transform the nation's knowledge base, skill sets, and attitudes, particularly among our youth population. Mr. Speaker, the history of the education sector suggests that the identifying weaknesses in key academic areas, such as English, maths, and sciences, unprepared sector staff, inadequate infrastructure, and equipment, can be remedied by time and money, given the countervailing strengths and opportunities. By the same token, history suggests that mere time and money will not remove or even reduce the threats, such as inherent inefficiency and ineffectiveness. There are also diverse distractions that may lead to dispersions of positive energy and other challenges that have stymied progress, and all of which are more likely to be effectively addressed through significant behavioral change in diverse groups. Mr. Speaker, effecting significant behavioral change in education would require reorientation, retraining, attitudinal shifts, shifts in perceptions, public education, socio-political dialogue and discussion, accommodation, and acceptance of diversity in thinking and doing. Effecting such change would require even more time and funds, and would not be a purely linear technical process with relative predictable input and output relationships. Mr. Speaker, additionally, several of the non-school-based interventions, which also have to be implemented to allow for a more holistic approach. I'm on record of saying, and I repeat again, that the people of this country have every right to believe in a better life as we proceed to develop our nation from year to year and from administration to administration. Along the way on this journey, Mr. Speaker, there have been and will always be highs and lows, twists and turns, but that is life. It is how we respond as a country that will determine the efficiency, efficacy, and effectiveness of the leadership which is brought to bear on our circumstances, whatever they may be. Mr. Speaker, I am saying today that special emphasis must be placed on our most vulnerable children, and we must take every opportunity afforded to reach those furthest behind first. And I will deal with that a little more aptly later in my presentation. I have to say that the coalition is proud of its record in the education sector, and I stand here today to defend that. School attendance and schools performance improved as a result of the initiatives such as the public education transportation system, which was aimed at combating high truancy and dropout rates by providing boats, buses, bicycles, and also the public education nutrition service, which we call here school feeding, provided breakfast to our children. Mr. Speaker, we must leverage the gains we have made as a country. That's right. We cannot rest and we should not rest as a nation until every child's need is addressed and every child's potential is fulfilled. The Coalition Decade of Development Plan for Education adumbrated the need to transform the education sector into a vibrant, viable 21st century, ready and able to support national development and to afford the opportunity of every Guyanese to benefit from an education of the highest quality. Some of the policy shifts, Mr. Speaker, as they currently are, will not allow us to realize these aspirations. I have to draw attention to the information such as the Inter-American Development Bank report, which highlights that although enrollment at the primary and secondary level continues to be relatively high, the quality of schooling varies as our children's performance at the Caribbean Examination Council is below Caribbean average. Similarly, we must not dismiss nor take lightly the World Bank's concern that due to the pandemic, student engagement has been lowered in Guyana, leading to concerns of learning losses. It is further projected, Mr. Speaker, that these losses in dropout rate will have great implications for the accumulation of human capital in countries. Mr. Speaker, in light of this projection, the education sector should outline in its 2022 program the strategic interventions that can avert the great implications. Central to such an intervention should be a national human capital development scheme. And the coalition is proposing that this national human capital development scheme addresses a key strategic aspiration that must be achieved if Guyana is to remain viable even after the oil and gas era. And more importantly, if Guyanese are to be competitive in and outside of Guyana. A national human capital development scheme is a public good that generates significant returns at individual, household, community, and national levels. The proposed national human capital development scheme is intended to fast-track the recapitalization of our human capital base, which in turn fuels public education. Mr. Speaker, this has two critical dimensions, speed and reach, both of which will anticipate and address national demand for post-secondary expertise. Thus, the human capital scheme would, one, move 100% of our children through all stages of basic education. Secondly, it will ensure 100% of children earn a terminal secondary credential, whether it be CSEC, CAPE, or GCSE, or whatever its equivalent. Thirdly, it will move 100 secondary school graduates through some form of post-secondary education, whether academic, professional, technical, or vocational. Fourthly, it will move 90% of holders of bachelor's degree to some form of postgraduate or specialized academic, professional, or technical education, including terminal professional degrees. Number 5, it will move 80% of graduates of holders of master's degrees to doctoral degrees, and it will ensure it should ensure all public servants earn a specified number of hours of continuing education for an agreed period. And finally, if we look at number 3, 4, and 5, which together are essential to maintain, sustain, and enhance the education and training of Guyanese, they are not standalone interventions, and they should intersect and interact with all other initiatives. While there is no mention in the budget, Mr. Speaker, to indicate how the licensing of teachers will be operationalized. It is something that was publicized by the Ministry of Education to be undertaken in 2022. And of course, it is one of the recommendations that came out of the Education COI Commission by the coalition. In this regard, the coalition proposes that a national evaluation, licensing, and certification system be established. As the proposed national evaluation, licensing, and certification system will provide the platform and means to support professional associations, establish standards and mechanisms for evaluation, licensing, and certification in line with international standards and best practices. Mr. Speaker, this will also allow for better stakeholders' engagement and knowledge management that will be integral to operationalizing the plan, and it will enhance professionalism across the productive sector and support professionals and remain current in their profession. The National Evaluation, Licensing, and Certification System can also provide support for the review and audit of standards and procedures for self-evaluations and preparation for accreditation. I trust that we will get a better understanding of this important initiative when the subject minister delivers her presentation. I'm calling on the government that, given Guyana's new economic realities and the fact that there are still dense but significant pockets of this population who cannot afford to support their family's education, I can tell you it will take more than cash transfers to improve access to quality education. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, this coalition is calling on the government to relook at its program and ensure more targeted interventions are included as we understand the benefits of public education transportation service and public education nutrition service that provided our children with breakfast. And Mr. Speaker, we understand that these have far-reaching effects, and they're also evidence-based. According to the United Nations, there is evidence to show that public education nutrition service programs enhance enrollment in school and better educational outcomes. I wish to add that increased educational achievement will improve students' potential future productivity and earnings, all of which are important to a good life. Let me remind members in this honorable House that it was the coalition in 2018, for the first time in over a decade, that reintroduced training about our teachers in Region 8. I listened then to my colleague, who is now the Minister of Education on the other side of the House, saying that 77% of trained teachers would not help us. Today, that honorable member is singing a different tune because she's in a different seat. I have to say that the literature is replete with evidence of the benefits of having trained teachers in classrooms. This measure will not only help us, but would also ensure that all of our regions throughout the length and breadth of Guyana are reached. I'm happy to see that this measure to widen the breadth and scope of teachers' training is still on the cards. Mr. Speaker, our collective efforts should always be to put the people first. I realize, perhaps more than many others, that transforming the education system will not be easy, and that we are likely to encounter a lot of challenges along the way. And so I had a lot of fixing to do as a minister and a member of the coalition. And we had to make things more appropriate. We had to ensure that they reach acceptable standards, such as we know the fixing of the Cato Secondary School. Let me say it to the people of this country, and I wish to repeat, whether you live in Lethem or Linden, Babu John or Covent John, they all benefited from the coalition's holistic plan in education. Transforming the education system is a necessary journey that we all have to take as one people, one nation, with one destiny. Mr. Speaker, there must be continuity for maximum efficacy. It was during the coalition term in office that for the first time in over a decade, we conducted a condition survey of all of our schools across this country. And we used that data for maintenance and infrastructural works to be undertaken by the Ministry of Education. We need another survey, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with international best practices for a high-performing education system, the Ministry of Education needs to continue to prioritize special education needs. As numerous children in this country were needlessly enduring the horror of academic underperformance due to lack of appropriate cognitive, social, and emotional support, care, and treatment options. The evidence is saying to us that these conditions are treatable and perhaps preventable. And with early diagnosis and treatment, we need to pay attention to that cohort of students. And it is for that reason in 2018 that the coalition under my stewardship outfitted the newly constructed Special Education Diagnosis and Assimilation Center at Turkine with appropriate equipment and furnishing. For much too long, Mr. Speaker, because of the absence of a specific diagnostic and assimilation facility, many of our children were left to develop into full-blown conditions at a tremendous personal cost and at a society loss in later years. Mr. Speaker, the education sector must go into every community and reach those students requiring special education needs, because they were put at a further disadvantage due to the pandemic. As I've always posited, another strategic and operational shift required to achieve the vision of first-class education in Guyana is the strengthening of the technical and vocational education, particularly in our hinterland regions. And that is why in 2018, the coalition initiated construction of technical and vocational education and training hubs at Bina Hill, Madhya, Letem, and Mabruma to bridge the gap between hinterland and coastland, while enhancing hinterland access to post-secondary education opportunities. Speaking of post-secondary opportunities, Mr. Speaker, the modernization of the University of Guyana must continue to be a priority for this country. I have to say here that when we came into government as a coalition, even the University of Guyana's most ardent supporters would have admitted that the university was in danger of stagnation. To bring a sense of pride and augustness to this institution, we have, among other things, Mr. Speaker, accomplished in 2017 the regional accreditation of the medical school, and this was long overdue. We will, on this side of the House, continue to advocate for alignment along the entire education value chain as we harness our resources. And as I seek to wind up my presentation, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to quote one of the world's greatest political icons of this 21st century. It will be the great Nelson Mandela who said, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made in the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we live." Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work to be done in the education sector, with the sole purpose of making a difference in the lives of the people in this country. The people in this country are looking at you, and they are counting on us. As a responsible government, it is your duty to make the difficult strategic decisions, and we as a country will have to continue to find innovative solutions to close the gaps and reduce the disparities in education. For us on this side of the house, every child matters. And it is for that reason that we have, among other things, provide direct and targeted services. I would refer to the boats, the buses, and the bicycles that were provided to some of our most disadvantaged communities, such as Pomeroon, Baracaro, Riverview, Bartica, Maracaibo, where our children are at greatest risk of being left behind. Mr. Speaker, I still remember vividly the example I shared as a minister of that child in Baracaro whose parent under the collation was saving $5,000 a week in transportation costs by traveling daily to and from school in a David G. boat, and who, after benefiting also from breakfast at a cost of approximately $1,000 a day, when you looked at it total, it represented more than $40,000 a month. Call it what you may, it is a measure. And it is measures such as these that will mitigate against perpetual intergenerational cycles of disadvantage. As a sector, education needs to seriously address the structural determinants of inequality, which includes poverty, deficient policies, and inefficient delivery of systems that prevent our children from realizing their full potential. As I conclude my presentation, Mr. Speaker, allow me to place on record a few thank yous. In light that this is my final budget presentation in this honorable house, of course, I begin by thanking none other than His Excellency former President Granger, who reposed in me the confidence to serve in this honorable house. I am forever grateful to the people of this country who afforded me the opportunity to serve them with professionalism, dignity, and accountability. I thank the coalition partners, Kemraj, for their unwavering support and guidance. I thank the former opposition leader, my friend and colleague, the Honorable Joseph Harmon, for his unwavering support. I thank each and every member in this honorable house for the commitment and dedication they bring each and every day, sometimes under the most difficult of circumstances. I thank my family who has always held my back and who has supported every decision I have made. And so today, it is with those words that I part company and I conclude my contribution to Budget 2022. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And on my own behalf and on behalf of everyone, we thank you for the service you have provided to this Parliament and to this nation. Thank you very, very much. Honorable Minister of Education, the Honorable Priya Manik-Chan.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker. Your Honor, I want to begin by thanking the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh for crafting and presenting this budget. Ashley Singh was coveted by international financial institutions across this world. His service was sought out, and he went and he served as a citizen of the world. And so we're very happy to have him back here with his expertise. And we see, Your Honor, how that expertise unfolds in this budget titled Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we're all members of this House, and we're expected to come here with some level of dedication and knowledge and commitment. But simply being in here does not entitle us to claim those qualities. We must serve as such. And just now, I have failed to hear in this entire debate, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, when education around the world has been the most topical, just beneath health issue, any sensible debate. We're in the House and we're expected to come here. We have different policies and ideologies and debate them. And we are diametrically opposed from the APNU, AFC, PNCR, whatever they're styling themselves now, on particular issues. They are a party who believe in taxing the nation into prosperity. So they apply 200 taxes. Defend that, own it. That's what you're here for. We are a party who believe that we can bring goodness to the people of this country without taxing the ordinary man. And so we remove 200 taxes that you placed on the backs of Guyanese that cost the people of this country $60 billion. Last year, in the measures that the President and the Minister of Finance announced, we saved the people of this country $65 billion. The APNUAFC does not philosophically believe in cash grants. Come here, own it, defend it. There's no debate around issues like that, sir. There was a lot of ad hominem attacks. Who member they don't like, who hairstyle they don't like, who in lipstick and match who own, who hair weaving and match who own. That kind of thing is useless, senseless, and heavily beneath the caliber that is expected of this House, especially in this hard time when we must all climb out of the consequences of COVID together or perish together. The APNU-AFC does not believe in the opening of schools. You heard it here. Close down the schools. So one member, the honorable gentleman, Mr. Sears, yesterday, is saying it's so hard for children in the hinterland whose parents are already not as highly educated to do online learning. And then you hear from the honorable member today that we must close all the schools. Close them. The APNU-AFC philosophically appears not to believe in the vaccination of the population. And I'm going to say in the vaccination of the population, not in vaccination because they all went and took it. So clearly they believe in vaccination, but they have done everything they can to discourage parents and children from taking vaccines. And that's a philosophical difference from what we have. We believe vaccines work. We believe that we should spend every moment in this time encouraging people and administering vaccines. So we have philosophical, ideological differences in this House that should be debated. If you have a position, come here and defend it. Don't waffle. But I haven't heard anything in that regard, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is if we believe in the Ministry of Education that this budget theme was made for us. Steadfast against all challenges, and there's never been a time in the history of this world that the education sector and the livelihood of children and the survival of children have been more challenged than at this present moment. And if we don't take decisive action, it's going to prolong into the rest of their life. Mr. Speaker, when we came to office in 2020, it's the honorable member who has dishonorably left her seat just after she has spoken, breaching a parliamentary practice that all the honorable members over there have been doing repeatedly in this last week, came here and spoke about all these high ideals about what should happen and what should not happen. The honorable member was occupying the chair of the Minister of Education, and the people and children of this country depended on her for 5 months. 5 months, not a single intervention from the APNU AFC when they closed schools to look after the rig attempt. Not a single intervention. Mr. Speaker, we closed schools here in March of 2020, just like most countries around the world. At that time, 109 countries had endured countrywide school closures. By September of 2020, just after the honorable member left office, only 40 countries around the world were still under countrywide closure. By November of 2020, 30 countries, countrywide closure. Guyana was not one of those countries. We had partially opened. By June of 2021, 22 countries with full closure. By September of 2021, 22 countries more with closure. By November of 2021, 8 countries in the world had their entire school population closed. By January of 2022, 3 countries in this world remain closed with their school doors closed. This backward APNU AFC, without any care for the children they come here and cry for, want us to close back the schools. Why? Tell me why, when teachers, the good teachers of this country, are going to school and teaching the children, when the APNU AFC themselves have admitted that our internet infrastructure does not allow for children to get the full benefit of online classes. So, Mr. Speaker, our reopening has been very consistent with how the world behaved during this pandemic. We, on November 9th, 2020, partially opened for the higher grades. Then by June 2021, we opened for grade 6. Then by September 2021, we opened for everybody, but on a rotational basis. January 3rd, 2022, we opened from 8 to 11 because we had then vaccinated all our offered the vaccine to all our high school children. We had to be resolute. We had to close our minds to the noise and do what was best for our children. You know what was the APNU's position and AFC's position? Up to 2 weeks ago, they issued a statement, close all the schools. That was your response to COVID, close all the schools. Mr. Speaker, on the 24th of January, this article appeared on the internet, and I've done a copy for all the members of the House. 100 weeks into the pandemic, the importance of keeping schools open and investing in learning recovery programs. It was written by Stefania Gianni Robert and Jenkins Jaime Saavedra. We are heading toward the 100th week of education disruption around the world. On average, each country has experienced 20 full weeks of school closures, plus another 20 weeks of average partial closures. School children have lost an estimated 2 trillion hours and counting of in-person instruction since the onset of COVID-19. The impact of school closures on learning has been devastating. Even before COVID-19, the world was grappling with a learning crisis, with more than half of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries being unable to read or understand a simple story. That number is now expected to rise to 70%. Real data confirms that students have incurred substantial learning losses during the pandemic in countries from all income groups. The recent World Bank, UNICEF, and UNESCO report, The State of the Global Education Crisis, A Path to Recovery, compiles studies on learning loss from 28 countries. The report shows that school closures affected girls, children from disadvantaged backgrounds, those living in rural areas, children with disabilities, and children from ethnic minorities more than their peers. The youngest learners were often left behind in remote learning initiatives, as were children experiencing dire humanitarian crises prior to the pandemic. The staggering effects of school closure reach beyond learning. This generation could lose a combined total of 17 trillion in lifetime earnings in present value, a sharp rise from the predicted 10 trillion loss last year. The costs of closing schools outweigh the risks of keeping schools open. Evidence suggests that with the strategies to minimize transmission in place, schools are not a driver of community transmission, nor are they high-risk environments for staff. Mitigation measures like improved ventilation, mask wearing, distancing when appropriate can help reduce transmission in schools. And Mr. Speaker, the report went on to recommend strongly that countries invest in learning recovery. And it said very clearly, collectively, we need to make education and learning a political priority. We must reopen schools, keep them open, and support learning recovery. We cannot afford to lose this generation of kids. Our future depends on it. All children back to schools, recovering learning losses, and preparing and supporting teachers. And this article, sir, came in anticipation of the International Day of Education on January 24th, where UNESCO, UNICEF, and the World Bank co-hosted the webinar, Mission, Recovering Education, What is Needed to Avoid Losing a Generation. But we don't need to rely, Mr. Speaker, on international data. Right here in Guyana, for all the people asking for schools to keep closed, right here in Guyana, in 2020, 11,944 children registered to write CXC, 494 were absent. In 2021, out of 9,823, 553 are absent. You are risking losing these kids forever. Here, sir, the highest number the ministry has recorded, more than 70 children pregnant. And Mr. Speaker, a particular secondary school reported yesterday that while its grade 10 has 130 students registered on roll, 5 have registered for CSEC. So when you come here with your wild, politically motivated calls to close the schools, understand that you are harming and hurting the children of this nation. And you could do that if you want, but we will not let you. We will not let you. We are standing here for the children of Guyana, and we will stand in front of your harm and protect them from it. And any other affiliate or acolyte you bring to represent that position, it is backward, it is useless, it cannot serve the people of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, what was our response? What is our response to the COVID closures and the learning losses? How are we investing through this budget in learning recovery? Because that's what we're doing. And when the honorable member stands there, it's very hard to be harsh with her given that her own party is not being very kind to her right now. When the honorable member stands there and says she wants a plan, the plan has been defined and outlined in many different documents. But I will say this, under the honorable member's tenureship, ministership, that is the first time since 1993 that this country went without a published education sector plan. We published it last year, 5 years after you were out, 5 years after you couldn't do it. No COVID, no floods, and even prior to the hurried attempt to rig an election. Still couldn't get it done. So, Mr. Speaker, how are we investing in learning recovery? That article that everybody is going to get on their desk you'll see that one of the things they recommend, we're way ahead of the game. One of the things they recommend is that we consolidate the curriculum, that we shave off things that you do not need and keep the things you need for the appropriate level. This country, Guyana, engaged international experts and our local experts, and we've already done that. What we have to make sure happens is that it's being implemented in the schools. We've trained more than 1,200 teachers without all money to implement that consolidated curriculum. Mr. Speaker, we bought textbooks, and you will see in the report that they're saying give as much resources to children. For the first time in the history of Guyana, the grade 6 children had all the textbooks they needed in 2021. And in 2022, all primary students will have all the textbooks they need because this budget is providing money for us to buy that, as well as for most of the secondary population. Mr. Speaker, we wrote our own reader series. I was on the floor of this house begging on behalf of the nation that the reader series be completed. We started it in 2015. We published readers 1, 2, and 3 by 2015, 18 months later, and the Honorable Minister and her coalition decided that wasn't important. So they dropped the entire publication, replaced it with nothing, and come here now and tell us we must do for our children, all loftily. You can't come here and talk service. You got to perform. Children must feel the service, sir, and they will through this budget because we will give them their textbooks, and that is an investment in the learning recovery. Mr. Speaker, we bought 2 textbooks from a local author called Jonathan Ben. He wrote 2 books that only private school children were getting, Social Studies Made Easy and Science Made Easy, and we bought the rights from him and we gave it to all our public school children, all. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in this budget in 11,000 devices, 11,000 tablets, and flash drives, and it was rather disappointing to hear 2 members from the Hinterland come to say, don't bother buy it because them ain't got electricity there. That is so backward and selfish while you sit down with your parliamentary approved tablets in your laps. We don't have to wait until all the conditions are right. In any event, before the end of 2022, all primary and nursery schools across this country will be connected with electricity and the learning channel, as well as cable, to be able to access that channel. So electricity will not be a problem. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in learning recovery by expanding the learning channel. In the article that you'll see on your desks, one of the things they're suggesting should happen strongly is extra tuition and extra hours, what we call lessons. The government of Guyana, the PPPC government of Guyana, is preparing itself to give the entire school population lessons through the learning channel, through the radio. This budget is preparing us for that. So when you come here and say you don't know how this budget is going to help with learning loss, there's no line item named learning loss. It's the policies and programs we have put in place that will help recovery. that will fund the recovery of the children in this country. Mr. Speaker, school feeding, that is an investment in the recovery of learning lost. And I heard the honorable member just said she was very proud of her record. And I really want to remind her what that record is. The other honorable member who began by saying David Arthur Granger had won the election, thereby discrediting everything else she said. But let's repeat what she said, that the 5B program was far more superior to any cash grant. The honorable member who just spoke said $40,000 it was saving somebody from Baracaro every month. We came into office, there were 12 buses on the Granger BBB program, 12. The student population in this country is close to 200,000, 12. There were at one point, before they broke down and so on, 21. So at the best, at the highest point of your BB program, you had 21 buses to fetch the children of this country. And you think that is a superior program. Here's the thing, we're not stopping the bus program. In fact, we're reinvesting in the bus program. Bartica, for example, is getting a brand new, well, Region 7, 36-seater. We're keeping that program and we're still giving the cash grant. That's how much we love children. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about this equitable distribution and how everybody got the school feeding. Because you would recall that we were told in 2016 that the cash grant was being abolished so that it could go into school feeding. School feeding was replacing the cash grant. And you heard the honorable member just now, very lyrical, from Lethem to Linden, from Babu John to Coven John. Babu John never got anything. 3 schools in Region 6. 3, 1, 2, 3 schools in Region 6 benefited from the breakfast program. The same region whose parents you threw out of work. You know how many benefited in Linden? 0. They didn't start the program in Linden. You know how many benefited in Region 2? 0. They never started the program in Region 2. We this year, Mr. Speaker, you know how many benefited in Region 5? 6. You know how many benefited on the East Bank? 0. None. Not. This year, Mr. Speaker, while we give the cash grant, we are also expanding the school feeding program, and $2 billion is being invested in that. So when you come here with your lofty ideas about how you're proud of this, you're proud of your school feeding record, you should hang your head in shame. Shame! And Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw shame, and you should hang your head in sorrow for what you did to this country's children, in sorrow. And you know, in 2017, this Ministry of Education returned $2 billion to the consolidated. They can't spend it. Out all the time doing all kinds of doctorates and scholarships and everything else but the people's work. But the people's work. And that $2 billion could have done that cash grant and more. So, Mr. Speaker, we come to the cash grant as we're talking about it. This APNUAFC has had all kinds of, not personal, because everybody in here who was entitled collected. So it's not a personal conviction. If you feel strongly that cash grant is a bad investment, don't take it. How you line up first and poke in the line to get it first. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the complaints. The cash grant was given to East Indians only because, you know, the race talk got to happen for it to be legitimate. And that was debunked when every other race knew that they came there, we didn't ask them. We didn't even look up when we were signing them up. We gave them it. The people debunked that for you. The cash grant was given only to PPP supporters. No way you could support that. The crowds were gathered and they shouldn't gather. Parents did not use the money on their children, and this one here really bothers me. It's like a deadbeat dad, and any lawyer here who went to court looking out for mothers would know. They go to court and you know what they say? We don't want to give her money for our children because she can spend it on her hair and nails. Your eyes pass women. Your eyes pass women. And all of you over there who don't want the people to get the cash grant and you want us to give vouchers, you are like deadbeat dads. You can't look after this country's children, and you should never be given the responsibility to look after this country's children. And the people will make sure that you never have the power again until you reform yourself, which you don't seem like you plan to do, to even sniff an opportunity to look after them again. Mr. Speaker, yesterday...
Honorable Minister, please refer to the honorable members as comrade or honorable members. And I was wondering if you included the Deputy Speaker in all of you over there.
Sir, I think all the members here have legitimately attached to their seat honorable. I see a lot of people using it for their personal name, but you're an honorable MP. You have to earn being an honorable John Doe. But I will say without reservation that whenever I fail to say honorable, please attach it for me. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Gordon Mosley ran a very popular Facebook news person, ran a poll, and he asked how many people would like the cash grant in a voucher, like the deadbeat politicians are suggesting, and how many want cash. 420 people, 7 people said they want cash, and 60 said they want it in vouchers. Of the 60, I'd be happy to see how many of them actually have children, and how many of them are themselves deadbeat dads. We listened to people. Before we implemented this program in 2014, we traveled this country, and there are archived photographs and news reports about it, and we asked people, how do you want this? Do you want us to give it to you in the bank? Do you want it in a voucher like the uniform grant? Do you want it on a card? What's the thing she was saying? Some debit card? Do you want that? The people said, no, give me my cash. Because there are different ways, different things I can buy to look after my children. And most of the people, well, entire families benefited from this. But it was the mothers who turned up to pick this up. So if you are going to suggest that mothers do not know how to spend money on their children, then we are going to stand in your way when you try to insult them further. You can't do that. And when Mr. Ramjatan stands here and says, honorable member, and suggests that there's massive corruption, he must tell us how. We got the register from the school, which is a legal document that has to be collected in a certain way every day, and the head teacher had to check it, the education department had to check it, the parent had to come with an ID or a power of attorney or an authorization and sign as collecting. Where is the massive corruption? And if you're going to claim corruption, please know that is not me. I didn't give a single dollar. I arranged it, and the government made sure it was in the budget. But it was people like Mr. Dineshwar Jai Prashad, honorable MP, that spent days of his life while you were lolled off in front of a TV, honorable member, sharing out this cash grant to parents who needed it. You would remember the APNU calling on teachers not to turn up to share out this grant through one of their affiliates, that the teachers mustn't handle money. And you know what the teachers did? Because if there are people in this country who know how that cash grant could benefit children, is the teachers of this country. They turned up in defiance of that open call. In defiance of that open call. And so if the question is that we should put it on a website, that's a fair question. But don't come here to get some sexiness and some headlines and claim corruption, because you're accusing the people behind me who spend their whole life trying to serve you and have done a better job than you did when you were in office, honorable member. So we are not opposed. We are not opposed to putting all the names of recipients on a website. We have to make sure parents are comfortable with that, but philosophically we don't have an opposition to that. And we have to call on the private schools. We've already identified that publicly, that you will now have to keep registers. That's not a regulation right now, in the same manner and way, and submit perhaps quarterly reports of your attendance to the ministry so we could be more accountable. But that is, so $30,000 would be given, $30,000, 25 in the Because We Care cash grant, in addition to the school feeding that is being expanded, in addition to the buses and boats that we are continuing and expanding. $25,000 will be given to each child in this country, and $5,000 on the uniform program to each child. And Mr. Speaker, we believe that is going to help significantly parents with being able to come back, bring their children back to school. Sir, you just showed me your 2-minute pen, and there's so much that we can talk about in this sector.
You can get an extension of 5 minutes after.
Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to keep our children in school, we launched CAPE at Regina and CAPE at West Demerara. A conversation we started in 2011 to 2015. Yesterday, for the first time in the history of this country, 9 high schools were registered under the Caribbean Vocational Qualification Program so that our children can go and get qualified at the CARICOM standard. Yesterday, we started that conversation in 2011 to 2015. Mr. Speaker, the lofty call by the Honorable Dawn Hastings, she's pleading for a high school because, you know, Upper Mass needs a high school. It needed one in 2011. It needed one in 2012. We identified it. And it needed one in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20. But she wasn't there. And I don't want to get personal, but, you know, she was closer to the seat of power and influence where that could have happened. We don't need power and influence. We're serving the children of this country, and Upper Mazaruni is going to get another secondary school, but not through this budget. We have identified resources for the acquisition of universal secondary education in this country. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, now is a good time for someone to ask for that extension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for the honourable member to have 15 minutes more, but I know I have to follow the rules, and therefore I will ask for it to have 5 minutes to conclude.
Honorable Minister, you may continue to conclude.
If you agree, I'll give you a gas for 15.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member stood there in her personal pain, which we must acknowledge, but that's a written speech, and that's deliberate. The honourable member stood there and said they trained and they want to see that continuing. Teachers at CPC and had some special program. When I came into the office in 2020, CPC was closed with no prospect of opening, no plan for opening. This year, CPC graduated its highest number of graduates ever, something that would not have been possible for any of those teachers. This budget provides $500+ million for us to go fully online with CPC. When we went fully online, sir, we were able to move our intake from 535 at its highest to 3,000, giving the Amerindian teachers all over this country the chance to get degrees in education and not just trained teacher certificate. We expect 100% trained or teachers in training by the time 2025. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into goal, but because I believe Honorable Minister Parak dealt with it. But for an honorable member of this House, and perhaps, sir, a philosophical debate for us to have is the importance of belonging to a party. You must have a constituency before you come here, or you will come and spend 10 minutes in some dream thinking you cleverly attacked the Speaker because you had some personal problem with the Speaker. The honorable member stands at the podium, accepts that she's had a scholarship from the government, does not deny that she's never completed the course that the Honorable Minister Parag leveled from the floor, does not deny that, but stands there and says, unless we could give people jobs, we mustn't train them. You clearly have a fundamental misunderstanding, the Honorable Member, with why people want training. There are teachers who already have jobs, but they want to better themselves. They want to better their understanding of their skill and craft, and they want to earn more for their family if they can. But the barefacedness of the thing, Mr. Speaker, is the bold-facedness of it, Mr. Speaker, is that the APNU AFC will come here having awarded themselves scholarships and not serving in the public sector, and I don't know where they're serving, and say, except people can serve back, they mustn't get the scholarship. How selfish. How selfish. We have 6,200 plus persons who benefit from GO last year, and another 4,500 who will benefit this year, and these are Guyanese citizens. And when you look at the spread across this country, it epitomizes equitable distribution of services. Epitomizes equitable distribution of service. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow people who see before them no future in politics because of what they know was a damaging thing to have done following March 2nd. No future in this country's political life. Try to be a sour grape. Cut off your nose to spite your face. Robson Ben, the honorable member, called it a zero-sum game. We can't get people, we're going to broke it all up. We will not let you. The people of this country will not let you. So please understand that in this time, what we require for Guyana to move forward, if you say you love your supporters, what we require is a level of unity on purpose, that we want to see what is best for all our children. We might have different ways of doing it, and we could discuss that. But don't come here with nothing. I have heard nothing proper to criticize this budget, and I want to speak directly to teachers here before you give me the sign, sir. I thank you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for turning up for this nation's children in a time when they needed it the most. And this was always going to require your best as a teacher and my best as a political leader and our best as a government. And I know you are looking too for leadership from the opposition. I thank the teachers who, in defiance of people they support, some of them, went out back to school, who in defiance of their union's call, went out back to school. I thank those teachers, and I want to say to you that never before in the history of the PPP's budgets or the APNU's budgets have increases for public service been defined. Never. It never comes in the budget. So when you have member after member standing here and saying nothing for public service, it's a lie. It's an untruth. It's a misrepresentation. It's playing on your emotions. Do not be misled. We always come at the end of the year and say what the increase will be. And the APNU AFC never listed in their budget what the increase for the next year would be. What they did, because they came with a budget in November and December, what they did was said what the increase for that year retroactively would be. So do not hoodwink, mislead, and be dishonest with people who are looking to you for leadership.
Honorable Minister, you'll have to withdraw hoodwink and mislead.
Do not tell the people something that is not true. I withdraw, hoodwink, and mislead. Don't tell public servants that they're not getting an increase because you will look foolish when they do. Don't tell public servants and teachers and nurses and discipline services that this has always been done when that is not true. You see, you become extremely incredible, hard to believe, when you stand here and say things that are easily verifiable as an untruth, as something that is not based in reality. I'm really trying hard to please you, sir, and not use bad words. So, Mr. Speaker, this is going to require of all of us our very best. And the opposition has a chance, it's not too late, has a chance to show love for the children of this country by supporting the 2022 budget, because collectively, and I quote here from the article that is laid over before this House, collectively, we need to make, collectively, parents, teachers, government, opposition, education ministry, education departments, we need to make education and learning a political and other priority. We must reopen schools, we must keep them open, and we must support learning recovery. We cannot afford to lose this generation of kids. Our future depends on it. I thank you, sir.
Thank you for that presentation, Honorable Minister of Education. It is now the time to hear the presentation of the Honorable Member, Mr. Richard Sinclair.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stand to make my contribution to Budget 2022, allow me first of all to express thanks to the hard-working public servants who have contributed to putting this together. I also wish to express best wishes to all Guyanese for the new year. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also express condolences to Guyanese across Guyana who continue to fight an unprecedented wave of a pandemic we wish never happened. Mr. Speaker, as a geographical representative of the Potaro-Siparuni region, I wish to highlight the plight of the people of that region as they continue to struggle despite us now debating the biggest budget in the history of this country. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we wish to put on record, before the former PPP Minister of Education, there was a program called the Literacy Program that was closed by people under our watch. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's corruption. Budget 22 presents it under the theme, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. And that one Guyana, Mr. Speaker, has much promise and expectation by the ordinary Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, let me begin my contribution by addressing first public works in the region. And that, Mr. Speaker, hinges on the fact that
We have two public honorable ministers, but I understand from the good books about the rapture, and I thought the honorable bishop can tell us more about the rapture. Two can be taken, two will be on the house top, one will be taken and the other left. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC, while in government, focused heavily on education in the Hinterland infrastructure. The people of Region 8 would like to see a continuation of those initiatives such as maintenance of the roads and public buildings. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, the region has witnessed the deterioration of roads such as 17 miles, Tumatumari, Brian Super's Junction to Madja. It is dry now, Mr. Speaker, so it's all right. And Mr. Speaker, but when it rains, Mr. Speaker, the honorable ministers over there should walk the walk. Mr. Speaker, the enhancement of the roads will greatly improve the lives of people and the residents who traverse that route. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Tender Board in Region 8, of course, I never reported a subject minister by way of pictures. Mr. Speaker, it was asked by the regional engineers to design a water system in the teachers' quarters, and so as to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the teachers in the delivery of education will not be out of water on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, it took this person, another person, to ensure that that system was properly replaced. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I want to thank the David-led Granger administration of the APNU for delivering to the residents of Madja infrastructure. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there was a campaign there where residents was asked if they were going to eat concrete roads. Mr. Speaker, that is for. But what, Mr. Speaker, what we need to understand here is that there was a road prior to that. That road was built of tar and bricks. Of course, we welcome that under the PV. But it only lasted for 2 years. Now we have a road there, Mr. Speaker, with strong infrastructure that will last a lifetime and more. Thanks to that system of building proper infrastructure. The project, Mr. Speaker, was praised by residents who wish to see those days returning. Mr. Speaker, all the region had known was that piece of tar road from the secondary school to the RDC compound. And after that 2 years, it was slush and red dust once again. Mr. Speaker, the people are asking, are we going to return to those days? Luckily, Mr. Speaker, there's a continuation of the road from Wrongthorn Junction going to the airstrip. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, why some of us in this house would dare walk on that road that was built by the APNU. It should haunt us. Mr. Speaker, one minister who spoke earlier mentioned that the APNU AFC had plans, Mr. Speaker. They had plans, but the PPPC delivered. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind this honorable member that the water situation in Madja was a bugbear. And I wish to say to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, that the PPP had the plans, but it took the APNU AFC danger-led administration to deliver the goods to the people. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, as we sit in this honorable house, water is delivered into the homes of the residents. including me. Mr. Speaker, there was a fire there in Madio, and a fire hydrant was built. That's corruption. This fire truck or hydrant or whatever it was, Mr. Speaker, I am not sure where the engineering skills came from, but it would have taken a crane to lift that hydrant onto a tractor to take it to out fire. That was what was built by the PPP, Mr. Speaker. Now that particular fire hydrant used to service the residents in this school street. Now it is used today as we speak, Mr. Speaker, to deliver water for the building of a castle. One of two streets, Mr. Speaker, that is designed for the residents of Madio. Instead of giving money Mr. Speaker, to the mayor and town council to build the roads necessary and the infrastructure for the people of that town. Honorable Minister there continues to flout the rules like he did when there was supposed to be the election of a regional chairman. And Mr. Speaker, he believed in the separation of powers. However, Mr. Speaker, that road is going to be built to service only a comrade, Mr. Speaker, a comrade who's going to build a disco for himself and his workers. But however, we welcome that because quite a few persons over there in that street will also benefit from the road. Mr. Speaker, education delivery. Mr. Speaker, education delivery is still a challenge in most remote communities in this region. There was a one laptop per family, Mr. Speaker, and this has given rise to the one laptop per teacher. Now, teachers were equipped with the skills and tools necessary, including myself, to deliver to children of schools. We are asking, Mr. Speaker, that this Honorable House use some of those resources available to education to facilitate special attention to the poor children, not only of Campbelltown, but the remote areas in Madio and the North Pacaraimans. Mr. Speaker, we like to see that every child, I want to encourage the Honorable Minister of Education to ensure that this is put in place. And I admire her for that. I know she will do that, Mr. Speaker. Make sure that every child gets a laptop with the necessary data so that they can benefit from education. This is a crime, Mr. Speaker, of all the people in the hinterlands. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to something that was delivered. Like what, Mr. Speaker, some former honorable member said that the APNU planned and the PPP delivered. The water is one situation, Mr. Speaker, where PPP planned and APNU delivered. Mr. Speaker, permit me, Mr. Speaker, I will address Mr. Hamilton in a short while, honorable member. He will walk there with heavy security, but I wouldn't. Honorable member, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also call on this present administration to establish more wells, Mr. Speaker, for potable water for the remote communities of that region. These communities should include, Mr. Speaker, Princeville and the North Pacaraimans. Mr. Speaker, I wish to touch a little on capacity building. In preparation of this budget, Mr. Speaker, I wish to state clearly that the consultative process that was involved here was the signing of the documents. And that's why some changes had to have been made because, Mr. Speaker, this is how it is done in Madio and Region 8. I was part of this, Mr. Speaker, where the REO will come and send things for you to sign and you don't know what you're signing.
What code is it, Dr.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to state clearly that we need to have parliamentary involvement in everything we do. Mr. Speaker, democracy is not only winning an election, but is also about good and inclusive governance. Until this administration is serious about this consultative process, the people will continue to pay in spite of the vindictiveness of this present administration. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight that during the selection of the regional chairman, and the honorable member Mr. Darrell ought to know about this, is that when the REO meets with his councillors, they select the chairman, and then in private, of course, or in camera, and then bring it and announce it to the public. I was there, Mr. Speaker, to say that that process was not honored. No, I wasn't even recognized by you. In fact, I was only given a bottle of water there, Mr. Speaker. That's all they did. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight that during this election, the regional chairman, it was autocratic intervention by this minister of local government, and obviously cooked up because he separated the folks. Some stayed at Roger Hotel and the others stayed at Bash, so that they could have done what they were supposed to do to ensure the regional chairman is given that privilege. Mr. Speaker, that's corruption. Bad governance. The honorable minister does not believe, even though he practices it. However, in this budget provision, Mr. Speaker, there should be a provision for capacity building. We need to retrain these people so they can understand where we ministers go wrong. Mr. Speaker, Maja has great potentials for the development in the hospitality industry. Having said this, I now call on the government to make provision for the development of this sector, where, Mr. Speaker, training is an integral part for the creation of jobs in that industry. Mr. Speaker, I now call on this administration that there's something that I think that is void in this budget, Mr. Speaker. There needs to be upgrade in roads from Monkey Mountain to PK, Mango Landing to Madio, Kanuruk to Blackwater.
Honorable member, as you sort out the geography, we will need to give you an extension.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, honorable member. You can continue with your presentation and conclude in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think what is needed in this budget is because there's a period that travels from Princeville to Maggio. The cost of transportation is $7,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to join with these members on this side of the House, except to say to this honorable House that this budget needs to be redone and take into consideration the wishes of the people of Region 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable member, Dr. Tandika Smith, you can now proceed with your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I go into my presentation, I wish to register my sincere gratitude to Dr. Ashney Singh and his committed team at the Ministry of Finance for delivering an excellent budget to this nation. Steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. Budget 2022 is the answer to the call by our Guyanese brothers and sisters to further strengthen and rebuild with a solid foundation that which was devoured and plundered under the previous APNU AFC administration. Mr. Speaker, in any democratic nation, it is the people who choose their government, and we in the PPPC recognize and understand that we were democratically elected by the people of this country, and we will not disappoint, but rather continue to deliver on our promises to ensure that the livelihoods and well-being of every Guyanese are preserved through the provision of policies, plans, and programs that will see their dreams and aspirations become a reality. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 days, I sat in this honorable house, and all I have heard from the main opposition were incoherent utterances of development. I'm yet to see, and I'm sure the people of this nation are still looking for the development that they were talking about. Mr. Speaker, we must never forget that it was under the previous APNU AFC failed administration that because we care cash grant was taken away from our children. 7,000 sugar workers were rendered jobless. Heavy tax burdens were placed on water, electricity, food items, building materials, data plan, mining equipment, and even the men operating the donkey carts and the horse carts were not spared from the APNU AFC monstrous tax mania they embarked on. Our senior citizens saw their water and light subsidies taken away, while members of our discipline services endured similar plight as their 1-month tax-free bonus became a mere memory. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC coalition continued on their path of destruction of progress and development by firing 2,000 of my fellow Amerindian brothers and sisters, CSOs, taking away their very right of earning an income and a decent life. Mr. Speaker, to further add to the hopelessness and the agony we were placed in under the previous administration, even our freedom of choice, yes, our very free will that we so comfortably enjoy as Guyanese came under threat and was trampled upon as the harrowing events surrounding the March 2nd, 2020 elections unfolded in plain sight and on camera, where the incautious and brazen-faced attempt to alter the results of an election and prevent our people from electing a government of their choice. 5 long months passed while we were placed on our knees as our democracy was under siege by the very members sitting in the opposition today. Mr. Speaker, we saw, we know, we lived and do not want to relive the series of events that we were forced to endure under the previous government. Hence, I implore my fellow Guyanese, and especially the younger generation, to never, ever in your lifetime entrust your well-being, your livelihood, your pride and dignity as a Guyanese, and your right to choose in the hands of an untrustworthy and careless bunch as those sitting in the opposite side, of course with the exemption of the Honorable Member, Mr. Schuman. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity once again to register my sincere gratitude to every single Guyanese, both at home and in the diaspora, who stood up for democracy in those 5 long months. We were held hostage as a nation by the previous APNU AFC administration, who has now rightfully taken their positions in the opposition seats and will age gracefully as we on this side of the House continue to lead this country on the path of progress and development. Mr. Speaker, as we examine Budget 2022, we will see that contrary to the narrative dispelled by members of the opposite side of this House, that this budget lacks vision and substance. We will see that all sectors within our country were catered for, as we are not a takeaway government, but rather a give back to the people government and increase tenfold that which was devoured. Mr. Speaker, as I take a look at health, Mr. Speaker, the injection of a $552.9 billion Guyana will see the health sector being allocated $73.2 billion Guyana and will cover all areas in health, such as the National COVID-19 Response Program, where healthcare workers will continue to have access to adequate personal protective equipment. Our vaccination program will be further strengthened as provisions will be made for an additional 260,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccine booster shots and for those pending to be vaccinated. This is progress and more progress. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, our country will benefit from a major boom in the health sector, as $16.1 billion will go towards the construction of healthcare facilities, which includes a state-of-the-art pediatric and maternal hospital. Upgrading of the West Demerara and Bartica regional hospitals. Also, we will see 6 new additional hospitals in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This speaks of progress. Mr. Speaker, a total of $1 billion Guyana will be allocated to ensure the upgrading of health centers all across Guyana, as patients will be able to have access to health facilities within their catchment area. This is more progress. Our National Referral Hospital will see a total of $39 million Guyana go towards the extension of the mental health ward. Mr. Speaker, under the APNU AFC regime, the health system was heavily plagued by drug shortages. This year, we will continue to right this wrong by injecting $17.9 billion Guyana to procure supplies and eradicate incidences of drug shortages. This speaks of progress. Mr. Speaker, every single dialysis patient in Guyana will benefit from finances of up to $600,000 per annum through a dialysis support system, and this definitely shows our strong support to the healthcare system in Guyana. To our youths, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House recognize that our youths are some of our country's most valuable assets, our future, and therefore a total of $841.3 million has been allocated in this budget, and we'll see $85 million go towards the expansion of youth entrepreneurship and mentorship program, which will accommodate 85 grants in 2022. This speaks of progress. Mr. Speaker, support for the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to support vulnerable groups, and thus the monthly public assistance program will see an increment from $12,000 to $14,000 and will allow over 18,000 persons to benefit from same, thus providing a total of $432 million in disposable income to its beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, our senior citizens will see an increase of our paid pension from $25,000 to $28,000, and thus affording 65,000 pensioners a total of $2.3 billion of disposable income. Mr. Speaker, the PPC government will always ensure that our Indigenous brothers and sisters continue to enjoy equal access to development as every other citizen of Guyana, and therefore $3.1 billion will go towards core Amerindian development programs. $561.6 million will see the acceleration of the land titling program, achieve a target of 20 certificates of titles. Mr. Speaker, another $660 million will go towards training of 650 CSOs to serve in 220 communities across all regions in Guyana. Equitable access to education and skills will see a total of 31,295 students benefit from the Because We Care cash grant, as $93.3 million will be expended across Indigenous communities to make this a reality. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to some of the major developments in region number 3. And looking at the health sector so far, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a 50-bed capacity COVID-19 unit commissioned at the West Demerara Regional Hospital in November 2021. This will provide care for COVID-19 patients not only in Region 3, but also from Regions 1, 7, and any other region that we may need to add to this unit. We must also note that this unit was constructed with sections to cater for maternal patients, children, and also an intensive care unit. Mr. Speaker, the Lenora Cottage Hospital are just days away of being commissioned and handed over as a smart hospital facility, which will see the reintroduction of services of a 25-bed capacity maternal unit, a digitized X-ray system, laboratory, ultrasonography, dental services, eye care, voluntary counseling testing, increased bed capacity of the accident and emergency department, amongst others. All of this will provide services for over 18,000 residents in region number 3. Mr. Speaker, our government has also ensured the removal of thousands of expired drugs hoarded at the Tushan Health Center, the Lenora Hospital, and other health facilities across region number 3, which, like many other areas, were neglected under the previous APNU AFC government and did not see the removal of same as important. Mr. Speaker, the non-functional X-ray machine at the Legwan Cottage Hospital has been restored and is now offering services to residents, as this too was a victim of neglect under the previous APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, our robust COVID-19 vaccination program has seen to date a 56.6% increase of eligible persons being vaccinated against this dreaded COVID-19 disease. Mr. Speaker, even in a pandemic, we continue to offer interspecialty medical outreaches to residents of riverine areas such as Karia, Bonisika, Saksakali, among others. Mr. Speaker, the newly constructed $1 billion state-of-the-art Westminster Secondary School now accommodates approximately 1,000 students from across Region 3 and is fully equipped with 32 classrooms, language, physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, home economics, agriculture, science, and IT laboratories, dance studio, a theater room, all forms part of the state-of-the-art secondary school. Mr. Speaker, a total of 875 young people have benefited from the Gold Online Scholarship in 2022 and will see hundreds more benefit in 2022 in region number 3. Mr. Speaker, our government ensured that every farmer affected by the recent floods across Region 3 benefited from the flood relief grant. Mr. Speaker, for the very first time, residents of Luston Russ in the Parfait Harmony area has been afforded the opportunity to access light, drainage, and potable water in their communities. Already, Mr. Speaker, our hard-working ministers of housing, the Honorable Suzanne Rodriguez and the Honorable Colin Crowe, have ensured that house lots were allocated to residents, and today 2,000 residents have gained access to house lots in areas such as Cornelia Ida, Stewartville, Metamere Resort, Zealot, and other areas. This, Mr. Speaker, is in keeping with our promise to provide 50,000 house lots to all residents across Guyana in our first term in office.
Honorable member, you will need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the honourable member to have 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I invite any one of the honorable members on the opposite side of this house to visit a random area in region number 3, and you will see clear evidence that the PPC government is working for everyone, not only for our supporters as you have claimed. Every single Guyanese will benefit from our projects, plans, and programs that we have set out for this country. Mr. Speaker, we in the PPP will continue to work assiduously towards the development of every sector in our goal to achieving a one Guyana that will solidify the foundation of our nation's human resources, our economic growth, our dignity as a people, our democracy, our culture, and every valuable asset that defines us as a unique Guyanese nation. Mr. Speaker, over the next few months, the air in regions 1 to 10 will be filled with the smell of fresh paint and asphalt as roads and buildings rise, such as schools, hospitals, and hotels, will hug the skyline of this beautiful nation of ours. Once desolated and garbage-ridden areas will see streets and roads traversing its space. A smile on the faces of our farmers, children, senior citizens, and Guyanese as a whole will tell the story of the level of commitment we hold as a government towards the development of this nation under a PPC government. A new era beckons as Budget 2022 will see the manifestation of visionary, inclusive, transformational, and people-centered development all across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I therefore have no reservation in commending Budget 2022 as passed to this honorable House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Our next contributor is the Honorable Member, Mr. Dineshwar Jaiprashad. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, brothers and sisters, pleasant good afternoon. As I stand here this afternoon representing the constituency of East Berbice Quarantine, I am very much happy to say that the Honorable Minister made mention that I have worked with the cash grant for region number 6. And I wish to say that I have worked with all the systems so that the people of East Berbice Quarantine can be able to receive what is duly theirs. Listening to the Honorable Minister for Education, the indication was made that there were 12 buses, big buses, the David G buses. I wish to state that we had 29 buses across the country and 5 for region number 6. Sadly to say that recently the PPP administration down 2 of the 60-seater buses, which is putting a very much difficult task on the poor people of East Berbice Quarantine. Mr. Speaker, my duty is to bring the facts. and that is where my presentation will be based on. As I indicated, I am here to bring some information basically as it relates and affect East Berbice Quarantine, region number 6, and to do that I take infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important for any economy, but we know that the people cannot eat road. The people cannot eat buildings. Even though we need the infrastructure, we need to put systems in place that whilst we do the infrastructural work, we afford the people to have enough cash so that they can spend on themselves, on their family, and more so, increase and improve their standard of living. We are seeing here, Mr. Speaker, a lot is being done for infrastructural work, but little is being given into the hands of the poor people. I must say, Mr. Speaker, for the past 18 months, the PPP has been holding office, and they have changed a few contractors who did some work about 5 times in the 46-48 area and 54-59 area in the quarantine. And to date, Honorable Mr. Speaker, we have not been able to benefit because the substandard work continues. Mr. Speaker, there is a large proportion for the quarantine highway, $8.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the people of East Berbice Quarantine request a new highway. This highway was built when we had about 20 cars, 20 vehicles. And imagine from the 1960s to now, we have multiplied in terms of transportation. The people of East Berbice Quarantine is asking for a new highway, not to rehabilitate the existing one. We know that thank you. Mr. Speaker, budget speech, referring to budget speech section 411, the Honorable Member made mention to the rehabilitation of 4 vessels which will facilitate the traveling public. It is also critical for the movement of people and cargo. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say this afternoon in this Honorable House that you are saying that you will facilitate the traveling of the public, which is critical, and this same PPP administration down 2 of the speedboat that were traveling, transporting people, old people, pensioners, children, working people from Rossignol to New Amsterdam. How can you bring into a budget now to say that you will put in place 4? And we had 2. You didn't maintain it. You just pull it out. Mr. Speaker, this is putting our brothers and sisters both in New Amsterdam and Rossignol, Region 5 and Region 6, very high cost. They have to traverse the Berbice Bridge, which costs them approximately $300 to cross one time. Mr. Speaker, if these 2 boats were maintained, serviced and maintained, then the Guyanese people, our Barbician to be specific, would have been very, very much impressed. Mr. Speaker, I have not seen in the budget any major transportation for the people of Baracara. Also no upgrade for transportation to Uriala Siparuta. Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn my attention to health in East Berbice Quarantine. For the past 18 months, we have not seen the construction of any new health center, but we are faced with the rundown service that we are having at many of the health facilities. I wish to say that if was not the private medical facilities, then Region 6 would have been in a bad state. Mr. Speaker, we have just passed a bill which we will be involved in organ transplant and tissue transplant. But we have not put in this budget, Honorable Speaker, an infectious disease hospital for Berbice or Essequibo. Thanks to APNU AFC government, the infectious disease hospital was built in Region 4, and it has been of great service to the people of Guyana. We are asking now that the people of Berbice and the people of Essequibo need an infectious disease hospital as well, sir, so that we will be able to have state-of-the-art medical facilities. Mr. Speaker, page 47 of the budget reads, our clear policy mandate is that every health facility across the country must be sufficiently comfortable with functional and equipped with the basic amenities. We want to move from that, Mr. Speaker. The people of East Berbice cannot settle for basic amenities in the health facilities. The private institutions are too costly. That is why each health center, each hospital in region number 6, sir, must have not basic amenities, must have the best amenities so that the people can be able to enjoy ECG machines, cholesterol testing machine, X-ray machine, ultrasound machine. All these must be at all the health centers and the public facilities so that the people will have. Mr. Speaker, we have had part of this without oil. But now we have the natural resource funds, so we are appealing so that the health minister, the honorable health minister, can put systems in place so that the people of East Berbice quarantine will benefit from the money that belongs to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn my attention to education, a very important ministry for the growth and development of any nation. I wish to say that the cash grant initiative is a good one, but I wish to further state that the amount allocated to the children is not enough. We are proposing that it can be amended, that this budget we should have at least $40,000 for our school children, so that we will be able, the children of this country, the children of East Berbice quarantine will be beneficiaries of the funds from the national.
Honorable member, the amount missed me. Could you just repeat that for me? The amount you're saying?
40,000, sir. Thank you. Sir, Mr. Speaker, in looking at our neighboring country, Trinidad. Trinidad is an oil-producing nation, sir, and all school children have free lunch there, sir. So we now have a newfound revenue. Why is it that we are only catering for a portion of our school population as it relates to meals? It will be good for the 174,000 of our children. All of our children receive meals supplied to them. Mr. Speaker, we're studying food for the children by. Mr. Speaker, 1.2 billion is set aside for textbook and science kits, sir. We are asking that we are moving in a technological era, and 1.2 billion for textbook. We know that our children have been receiving textbooks for the past 15 years. And textbooks are things that do not, disappear. It stays in the system for many years. We are saying, let us try to put more money into the electronic and computerized system so that our children can have preload tablets or computer or gadgets and be anywhere in the country and utilize the services. We know that we are moving in a technological era, and our children do not have the internet access. But we want our children to receive the gadgets so that they can be anywhere. Once they have electricity, they can charge up, have all the schemes and the notes and the exams, papers, past papers, and everything there, so that they will be on par with the children. All the children will be on par with what is happening in education. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the PPP will not provide more public transportation for our children. We have not seen that in this budget, Mr. Speaker, and I want to appeal to the Minister of Education, the Honorable Minister of Education, and the Honorable Minister for Finance to ensure that we have at least 100 big buses in this country. Without oil revenue, Mr. Speaker, without oil revenue, we had 30. We had 30 big buses transporting our children across the country. And according to the Honorable Minister, Nigel Darmalal, now we have oil money. You know, it will be very good for us to ensure that we have at least 100 buses that all our school children, 174,000 of our school children, can travel to school free. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to transportation at the East Berbice quarantine, to be more specific, East Bank Berbice. East Bank Berbice, Mr. Speaker, we had a 60-seater bus there in the East Bank Berbice area, bringing children from Mara to New Amsterdam. And we know that things tight. And we know that the people in East Berbice quarantine suffering. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mr. Speaker, the members of the PPP administration scrapped that bus, claiming that the bus has mechanical problem, an engine problem. But lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, the engine disappeared from the bus. Apparently, the engine got to somebody else, you know. So, it is causing the parents of East Bank Berbice, Mr. Speaker, at least $1,000 a day to bring their children to New Amsterdam. Mr. Speaker, the 25 plus 5,000 that they will be receiving is just 1 month transportation. We are asking the Ministry of Education to put systems in place so that the people in the East Bank Berbice will have at least $190,000 a year, so that for the 39 weeks they can have transportation to go. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say the sugar workers in the Skelling area, they had a bus too. And you know what happened? The PPP scrapped it. They had a bus. Without any resources, without any new found oil monies, the people in Skelling had a 60-seater bus that used to transport the children from Skelling to the schools in the area. Region 6 bus, Region 6 school bus, sir. You know, I know you have a problem with the color of the bus, but you know, it would be better if you paint it in red and, you know, let it continue to rule for the people. Now,
an honorable member, it would be good if we give you an extension so that you can conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, honorable member. You may continue and conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying about the Skelland transportation in the Skelland area, Mr. Speaker, without the oil revenue, we know that the people in Skelland was having a difficult time. 60-seater bus was provided. The PPP scrapped it. We are having oil now, Mr. Speaker, and we are hoping that the Region 6 children will receive the various subsidies so that they can be able to go to school free. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to say that we are not seeing any reduction in the Berbice River Bridge, the toll for the Berbice River Bridge. Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring to the attention of the House that it was the APNU-AFC who subsidized $300 for every car or bus traveling the Burbage Bridge. With oil revenue now, we are not seeing it in the budget, Mr. Speaker, that the Burbage River Bridge price will drop to 1,000. The people of Region 5 and Region 6 will be happy if tomorrow the PPP says we will drop the Burbage River Bridge toll to $1,000. Mr. Speaker, we are appealing that the minimum wage should be 100,000. Workers of all category and all class should have at least 10 to 50% increase. Tax threshold be moved to 100,000. Cash grant be moved to 40,000. Subsidies be given to the small businesses up to 5 million. Increase of public assistance from 12,000 to 20,000. Drop the Burbage Bridge to 1,000. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, just imagine our senior citizens receiving $100 a day, token given from the PPP administration. $100 a day from oil revenue. Mr. Speaker, a loaf of bread in Burbage costs $3.40. You know? Mr. Speaker, giving pensioners $3,000 a month, which is $100 a day. Oil revenue Guyana, giving our old people, our old folks, who have worked all their life for this country, $100 a day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Member, Dr. Vishwa Mahadio, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get to my presentation, I must say that my fellow Region 6 MP, I listened to him. I thought I would have had a lot of things to rebut, but there is nothing for me to rebut really, other than to say that we cannot continue. It doesn't make sense to continue fixing a bus, and when the cost of fixing the bus is more than the cost of the bus itself. I advise the honourable member to read the Auditor General's report and to be so informed. Mr. Speaker, Infectious Disease Hospital in Burbage. Again, the honourable member is my good friend. I want to advise him to travel around Burbage. Travel around Burbage and you will know that in Skeldon we have got the facility set up specifically to deal with infectious diseases, more so with COVID. New Amsterdam Hospital also has a section to deal with COVID. Building new health centers. Mr. Speaker, health centers are constructed based on the needs of the population, the catchment, the numbers of persons that you have to serve, or the distance that they have to cover. Again, I would advise the honourable member to do some reading, and he will know, he will become familiar with those things. Because we care grant to 40,000. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the members from the opposite side, and their suggestions and their comments are so diverse. There is no common thread that I could find. Mr. Speaker, before I go to my speech, there are a couple of things I need to clear up. One is, thanks to internet and social media, and thanks to Parliament beaming these debates live, people could hear what we are saying. And so I received a document via email from representatives from 5274 NDC, Rebuttal Municipality, and Crabbe Creek NDC, that basically asked me, as the MP for Region 6, to rebut what the Honourable Member Ganesh Mahipal said. And they quoted it. They quoted that NDCs were instructed to spend their subventions on streetlights and crush and run. It was like a racket, sir. one of the street lights cost the taxpayers $35,000 Guyana, and your cell phone light is brighter than the light that was erected on close quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they asked me, first of all, to say that they live in the area, and they invite the honorable member to visit and see that the street lights are as bright as any street light in Georgetown or any that was established before. They also advised me, because some of them are council members, and they advised me that these street lights were the requests of the people of these areas, the NDCs and the municipality, and they met as councils and they made the decision, and the request was made to the ministry. This request was satisfied, and Mr. Speaker, they said that they are quite happy with it. And I would also ask the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh to have some training sessions with the members over there. Let them understand what's program budgeting. Let them understand that if you budget for something and the money has been given, then it has to be used there, or you got to get permission to change it. So, Mr. Speaker, the 128 lights that were installed in 5274, the 97 lights that were installed in Rebuttal, the 128 lights in Crab Creek, and the 201 lights that were installed in 5274, thanks to the government of Guyana of the day. They're all working and working well, and we have met the needs and the requests of the people. Mr. Speaker, I also have to deal with another issue. Honorable member raised issues about Region 5, health in Region 5. And Dr. Nicholson has replied. I have the information here and I could share it. There are in 2020, 2 land ambulances were purchased. In 2021, another land ambulance. Together with one that they have will become 4. New boat and engine for the work of the health department in Maracaibo. Minibus for the work of vector control department. 1 4x4 ambulance for the residents of Maracaibo. This will help when the water is very low to move the patients either to Point lower down the river, or to Linden. 1 minibus for the MCH department. Mr. Speaker, the laboratory, the honorable member said that the laboratory needed to do more tests. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is what Dr. Nicholson wrote. We continue to perform hematology, biochemistry, parasitology, urinalysis, etc. at both labs. In 2020, we saw 21,039 patients, completed 91,091 tests. In 2021, we saw 24,000 patients and completed 114,000 tests. Proof that our service has improved. This is from the RHO himself, Mr. Speaker. The region, talking about PPEs, he said that there are not enough PPEs for the people in region, for the workers in Region 5. The region currently has a 6-month supply of PPEs, all categories, and is still collecting more from MMU. The health centers actually have a surplus of PPEs that was sent to them, and we have a 3-month supply in every health center. In fact, we have to find extra storage, since now PPEs are being stored at one of the empty doctors' quarters. Mr. Speaker, the drug situation, Dr. Nicholson is the RH of Region 5. The drug situation, in August of 2020, our supplies across the board was maximum at 50%. At this stage, we are 85% and above across the board. Vital, essential, non-essential, HIV, malaria, and TB drugs, etc. Mr. Speaker, this is the answer. I would advise that honorable member to also visit Region 5. Go talk to the RH and the health workers, get the truth, and then come and let us talk. Monthly outreaches were done, specialist outreaches, again in Region 5. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to begin my substantial presentation. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to congratulate Honorable Minister Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh and team for this well put together budget. Congratulations to all the ministers, ministries, and departments for your hard work. has paid off. This is not only the biggest budget, but also the best budget. And Dr. Ashney, great presentation. Mr. Speaker, let me say from the outset that I support this budget. And as a geographic MP of Region 6, I also bring the support of the residents of Region 6 in supporting this budget, and would like to inform the Honorable Minister that the residents of Region 6 say thank you. There is now a sense of optimism in Region 6 that was absent in the period 2015 to 2019. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go back about those taxes and the ban used tires and the ban old cars and stuff like that. We are already back on track. 3 successive PPP budgets, progressive, people-oriented, and people-centered. The 3 Ps, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, we still have to do some repair work for the tsunami that was the APNO AFC government for 5 years. We still got work to do, and I will deal a bit with that later. Mr. Speaker, I've listened for 3 straight days to presentations. I have heard a few honorable members vehemently say they will not support this budget 2022 with all the measures that it has to reduce the burden on people, improve health and education, delivery, building of infrastructure, etc. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the honorable members in the opposition who have issues supporting this budget to name even one measure, Mr. Speaker, in this budget that will negatively affect the people of Guyana, especially the poor. Name at least one. Since you can't, then you're opposing just for the sake of opposition, and there you shall stay. Mr. Speaker, we have heard some of the members of this House talk about poor handling of the COVID pandemic. Please allow me to speak a little bit about this. Mr. Speaker, starting March last year up to July last year, COVID information was a big secret. It was even bigger than the FBI and those agencies. Mr. Speaker, 2020, sorry. Mr. Speaker, imagine a test is done. The results is then taken to the Minister of Public Health, who at that time wasn't a medical doctor. That minister then decides when she is going to release that information to the medical staff who are treating the patient. Mr. Speaker, that is criminal. You know why? Because 1, those medical staff don't know whether they're treating a positive patient or not. 2, those persons who were in contact with that positive patient were walking around the streets, may be positive with or without signs and symptoms, infecting other people. Mr. Speaker, over the months, we can safely say that by end of July 2020, COVID was seeded across this country. So let them not come and talk about COVID and what was happening now. You messed up at the beginning. You caused it to spread. Mr. Speaker, just a reminder that we knew we won the elections because we had our SOPs. And we were already planning, preparing, and performing as a government in waiting. We started, a committee was set up. We started producing masks, reusable masks, sending it out to the community, ensuring not only that we gave it to people to use, and that was throughout Guyana, on the coast in the hinterland, but also there was instruction how to use your mask. We had our cameras going out there advising people on how to take care to prevent getting infected. So, Mr. Speaker, in August 2020, when we took the reins of government, and in that committee, my good friend, the Honorable Frank Anthony, was a lead role. So when we took reins of government in 2020, we could have hit the ground running. We first increased the testing capacity. When they used to test in single digits per day, that was the capacity. We increased it to hundreds per day. And currently we have the capacity to test thousands of persons per day. Mr. Speaker, as soon as vaccines became available, our PEP civic government invested heavily in vaccines because we knew how much it meant to save the lives of the people. Mr. Speaker, so this previous government, the AFC, should be careful about bringing figures to this House where COVID is concerned. Mr. Speaker, PPE was limited, but like you heard from Region 5, we have adequate amount in stock for the next 6 months. So how was our minister handling COVID? He started every day having meetings with all the relevant personnel, the RHOs. He was sharing information every single day to the public. And we have vaccinated persons. We have the tests out there in all the regions. Mr. Speaker, I saw you show me the white pen, so let me move on. Mr. Speaker.
That white pen just says you have 2 minutes remaining in your original time, plus the extension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the destruction that we still have to fix. Look at New Amsterdam Hospital. New Amsterdam Hospital, the entire sewage system collapsed. You know why? Because now we are finding out they were supposed to have 8 2-horsepower industrial grinder 3-phase pumps. Those were taken out over the 5 years and they were replaced by half-horsepower 110 volts domestic pumps. It got to collapse, Mr. Speaker. Now we have to fix that. The ophthalmology hospital, the large units that we have there for centralized AC, those units got damaged because they were using substitute parts. Now, last year we had to replace those units at a cost of over $10 million. Mr. Speaker, the management of the Amsterdam Hospital continue to find serious issues. Mr. Speaker, sugar. If you look at sugar, Mr. Speaker, those 1,300 sugar workers that have come back on the job, they are now providing meals for their families. The vendors in the market will have more business. Other small businesses would benefit. The NIS, Mr. Speaker, who we were told by the previous government, was at a critical stage. The NIS will now have more contributors with a projected infusion of approximately $253 million per annum. This is what it meant. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, sugar is not just about profits, as the last government saw it. They put profits before people. Mr. Speaker, the sugar industry, Gaisuko, now functioning. There is better drainage and irrigation in Region 6 and Region 5 because Gaisuko played an integral part in that. So people's lives and village economy is better, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, it's a good time to seek an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Tashir. Honorable member, you may continue to your conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, I'll jump to the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, I work in the Ministry of Health, and it has been the mandate of this government, the promise in its manifesto, that we will provide better services. We will bring the hinterland services up to the standard of the coast. And Mr. Speaker, we are well on our way to do that. Mr. Speaker, let us look at Region 9 during the period 2021. Specialist outreaches, Mr. Speaker, that included ultrasounds. It is in the manual that pregnant women should be seen at least once by the doctor and should have at least one ultrasound during the course of the pregnancy. We found women who had more than one pregnancy, more than one children, and they were more than one child, and they never saw a doctor, never had an ultrasound. So we took specialist outreaches that included ultrasound, that it included eye care, dental care, rehab, audiology, speech and language therapy, environmental health, all these things and more we took to the villages. So, Mr. Speaker, in Region 9, all 57 villages were serviced, and that would continue this year. We not only did that, we collected a list of the persons who would need cataract surgery, who would need pterygium surgery, who would need other surgeries like hernias and hydroceles and so on. We got 45 persons with cataract and 39 with pterygium. We are going to bring these people out, Mr. Speaker, get them treated, and take them back in there. This is a caring government, Mr. Speaker. In addition to Region 9, we gave 3 ATVs, 2 4x4, and 1 2-wheel bike in 2020. In 2021, 1 minibus, 4 2-wheel bikes, 6 ATVs, 1 4x4 vehicle, and 1 ambulance. The ambulance was placed at Sand Creek. ATVs at Karasabaya, Shelton, Rukumuta, Shulinab, and Sawawariwa. Mr. Speaker, Region 1, I must refer to the presentation of Honorable Cox, MP from Region 1. If he was visiting the communities, he would have been told that at the request of the residents of Maruka, there is now a functioning X-ray. At the request of those same residents, we are completing a Tatum, we'll start surgeries. At the request of the residents of Manawarin, we have obtained an ATV that will be sent in. If the honorable member had gone to St. John, he would have known that was one of the first villages that had 100% vaccination for COVID. If the honorable member had visited Whitewater, he would have been told that at the request of the residents there, the building was expanded, moved up from a health post to a health center, has a new incinerator. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole list more. A new dental surgeon in that region. In addition, the honorable member would have known that 52 community health workers were trained in 2021, and 8 communities had a healthcare worker for the first time. For the first time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member, honorable as he is, would have mentioned these things had he visited and known of them. Mr. Speaker, here I must mention that we also did training for 62 community health workers in Region 9, and those are now across the area. Again, some of the facilities they are having a health worker for the first time. Now we are setting up permanent health facilities, permanent training facilities in Region 9 and in Region 1. And we are not only going to train CSW, Mr. Speaker, we are going to train pharmacy assistants, laboratory technicians, patient care assistants, nursing assistants. We are taking training to where it is needed, not to bring out 4 persons from there and 4 from there to Georgetown, and then we get problems for them to go back. We are training in numbers in those communities because we know the hinterland communities also deserve these opportunities, and we are making it happen, Mr. Speaker. Surgical capacity has been restored at Lethem and will soon be restored to Mabaruma. We are building surgical capacity in Aishalton. This year it will be completed in Cameron, in Maruka, in Port Kaichuma. All these facilities will be providing surgical capacity, surgical care to persons. Mr. Speaker, just recently, we heard news of discovery, CGX again. Another discovery. Mr. Speaker, is it that this government is lucky, or is it that PPPC was meant for the people of Guyana for good things to happen? Cannot just be by the way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say that CGX, 1,000 jobs is already going to be created, and we bear in my exploration work will soon would be continuing. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues in wishing MPs across the aisle all the best in opposition. The people of Guyana enjoy the benefits of our budgets. 3 budgets so far, Mr. Speaker. 3 budgets so far, and the government is moving further away from those sitting on the other side. By the time we present the 5th budget, government will only be a dream, a hazy dream for you, because each budget of this PPP civic government is better than the previous one. So dream on in opposition. Upon this budget, the foundation of the future of Guyana is being built. The best is yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. This is a good time, having concluded our business for today, to ask the Honourable Prime Minister to move the adjournment.
Mr. Speaker,
I move the adjournment. Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 3rd of February 2021.
Honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to 10 a.m. on tomorrow morning. Thank you.